Vamos, asumo que ya está la parte de la
Take it for
traducción
granted that
y
the recording, is that correct,
sí.
Javier? Yes.
Bueno, muy buenos días a todos.
Everyone,
Es un gusto tenerlos
it is a
aquí.
pleasure to
Eh,
yeah.
voy a, dado que somos cuatro los que tenemos para hablar, yo me voy a comportar como moderador
I will
y
act
voy a dar la palabra a
and
las áreas
recognize
que nos
the
están
areas
acompañando, darles de verdad una cordial bienvenida en
and of
este
course
proceso.
to
Eh,
welcome us.
Muchos de nosotros están apenas
But
llegando, pero
barely
espero
arriving
que en el
as yet,
transcurso de esta
but I
mañana ya
hope
todos
that
tengamos
during the morning
ya las sillas
we will
llenas con
all
la presencia de los países.
be seated.
Eh, Quiero dar la palabra
Would like to
de- en una primera instancia al director
recognize
de
the
CELADE,
director of
a
Senate,
Simone Cecchini, para que nos dé
Simone
unas
Chiki,
palabras de bienvenida a
for
nombre de
the
la
word
CEPAL.
of wisdom
Adelante,
on
Simone.
behalf of ECLAC. Go
Muchas
ahead.
gracias, Rolando.
Thank you
Muy
very
buenos
much,
días a
Rolando. Good
todos y
morning,
todos. También
everyone.
aquí, por
And
supuesto, a
also
Rolando
here, of
Ocampo,
course,
director de la
Rolando
División de
Campo,
Estadística,
Director
Sabrina
of
Yuran,
the
que
Statistics
es
Division, Ravina
especialista,
Duran,
asesora
who's
regional
a
del
regional
Fondo de
advisor
Población de la
in
Nación
the
Unida,
UN
José Antonio
uh,
Mejía, especialista líder del Banco
FBA, and
Interamericano de
leader
Desarrollo,
here
a los
from the
directores,
IDB and
directoras
the
de la Oficina
directors
Nacional de
of
Estadística,
the
al
National
presidente,
Statistics
vicepresidente del
Offices,
Banco Central de El
the
Salvador, jefe
Vice
de
President of
censo,
the Central Bank of
miembros de los
Salvador,
equipos
Head of
técnicos,
Censuses,
colega, le quiero
member of
dar
the
la más
technical
cordial
team,
bienvenida a este
colleagues. I would like to
seminario
cordially
regional
welcome you to
sobre
this
las
regional
innovaciones de los
seminar
censos de
on
población y
the
vivienda de la
innovations
ronda
to the
2020 de
population
cara
census
a la
2020
ronda
round for
2030.
the
Y en primer
2030
lugar,
round. And
quería
first of
destacar
all, I
que
would like to
ustedes,
highlight
los
that
directores de
you,
la
the
Oficina Nacional
directors
de
of the
Estadística, los
National
encargados de
Statistics
censo y
Offices,
los equipos
those
se
responsible for
merecen todo
censuses
nuestro
and their
respeto
teams,
y nuestras
deserve our
felicitaciones
full
por el
respect and
enorme trabajo que
congratulations
han
at the
realizado
great work
en esta ronda
carried out
2020.
in this
Y ya
2020 round.
cerrando esta
And so,
ronda que
in
formalmente
closing of this
termina en
round that formally
2024,
ends in
debemos
2024,
celebrar
we
que
must
si bien la labor estadística
recognize that
fue muy
although
compleja y
statistical
que
work was
fue
very
complejo
complex
realizar los
and it was
censos en un
complex
escenario
doing the
de pandemia,
censuses during
han
the
sido
pandemic,
capaces de
have
implementar toda
nevertheless
una
been able
serie
to
de
implement a
innovaciones,
series of
tanto
innovations,
tecnológicas como
technological as well as
conceptuales.
conceptual.
Un ejemplo de pasar
One
de
example
censos
is
de
going
hecho a
from
censos de
de
derecho,
facto
la utilización
censuses
masiva de
to
los dispositivos
actual
móviles y también los
censuses
métodos
using
mixtos
DMCs
de
and
captura.
the
También destacar que algunos países
mixed methods
lograron
of capture.
resultados
Also, in some
masivos
countries
en
achieved massive
el autocenso vía
results
web cuando se
with the
pensaba
web
que en la región no
self-census
estábamos
when
listos
we thought
todavía
that the
para ello.
region was not yet
También
ready for that.
esta ronda
And
nos
also this
muestra
round
que es
shows
posible
that it is
un mayor
possible to
aprovechamiento y uso
have
del
a
registro
better use
administrativo
of
como
administrative
herramienta
records
efectiva
as an
para la
effective tool
planificación y el
for
control
the
de
planning
cobertura.
and control
Se han
of
diseñado
coverage.
sistemas de seguimiento y de control para resguardar la calidad y la cobertura de los operativos. Y también importante destacar que se ha prestado mayor atención a las estrategias comunicacionales de frente al impacto que pueden tener las redes sociales y la necesidad de darle legitimidad al proceso censal. Todas estas innovaciones han seguramente fortalecido los procesos censal y en particular las innovaciones han funcionado y han tenido buenos resultados cuando han ido de la mano de disponer de presupuestos oportunos y adecuados, equipos de gestión y equipos técnicos idóneos y también el tiempo suficiente para realizar las pruebas que requieren todas las innovaciones. Y también hemos visto cómo falla en la planificación y presiones políticas en cuanto al calendario a veces han jugado. Y para enfrentar de mejor manera la ronda censal 2030, que comienza el próximo año, Debemos capitalizar justamente los aprendizajes, reforzar las áreas que nos preocupan o en las que tuvimos desempeño no tan satisfactorio. Y debemos aprovechar este seminario para compartir y conocer las experiencias positivas y también las dificultades que se encontraron y que hay que superar para la ronda 2030. Entonces, consideramos que este seminario es el puntapié inicial para una mirada profunda, una mirada comprensiva de la ronda 2020 que es necesaria para luego mejorar niveles de cobertura y tener los niveles de calidad deseados para los próximos censos. La trazabilidad de los datos, la transparencia de todo el proceso censal son clave y si bien justamente insistimos en la documentación de todo el proceso y también contar con una buena memoria del proceso censal, destacamos que también es importante ya la parte humana y de los equipos. Clave contar con una memoria histórica y humana de la experiencia adquirida, de los equipos, contar con equipos técnicos estables y fortalecidos de censos. Aprovechamos a saludar a la presidenta de la CEPAL, Miosotti Riva, un gran saludo. Y desde el CELADE, que es la División de Población de la CEPAL, justamente cuando realizamos asistencia técnica en materia de censo o de análisis demográfico, tenemos como objetivo dejar capacidad instalada en los países, trabajando codo a codo con los equipos y también codo a codo con la División de Estadística de la CEPAL, con el Fondo de Población de la Nación Unida y con el Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo. Estos socios todos son clave para que el apoyo a los países sea dado de la mejor manera. Y además de fortalecer los equipos creando capacidades para liderar el proceso censal con la necesaria transformación para la próxima ronda, también es importante ver cómo vamos fortaleciendo el sistema estadístico nacional y el rol rector de las oficinas nacionales de estadística para potenciar y perfeccionar los registros administrativos para su uso estadístico y también para enfrentar la disyuntiva entre normativas nacionales de protección de datos y la exigencia de protección de la desagregación que se requiere para la política pública. Entonces, esta parte institucional es clave, es fundamental que la Oficina Nacional de Estadística aproveche el fortalecimiento institucional y también el técnico que le ha brindado el operativo CETSAL para contar con una institucionalidad siempre más robusta y autónoma que dé continuidad a los procesos censales y demográficos. Además, quiero destacar que desde la Nación Unida este seminario es muy importante para informar el proceso global de preparación de la cuarta revisión de los principios y recomendaciones para los censos de población y vivienda que serán sometidos a la próxima Comisión de Estadística. Y finalmente, le agradezco la participación, los invito a compartir abiertamente sus reflexiones, lo bueno, lo malo, lo más o menos, y les deseo también una excelente estadía en Santiago y aprovechar desde el día de mañana esta importante reunión del Comité Ejecutivo de la CEA-CEPAL. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias, estimado Simone. Sin más, voy a pasar la palabra a la asesora regional del UNFPA, a la doctora Sabrina Urán, que nos va a dirigir unas palabras a nombre de el UNFPA, de la oficina regional. Gracias.
Gracias a ti, Rolando. Muy buenos días, directores de la CEPAL, Simona, representante del BID, José Antonio, estimadas, estimados colegas, representantes de las INAs y las ONAS, presidenta de la CEA. Es un honor para mí sumarme a darles las bienvenidas a este seminario regional, con el cual buscamos crear un espacio de intercambio y aprendizaje, como también ya dijo Simona, sobre las experiencias recientes y los retos futuros en el ámbito de los censos de población y vivienda. Todos y todas sabemos de que la ronda de los censos 2020 ha sido particularmente compleja debido a diversos factores. La pandemia de COVID-19 y la consiguiente crisis socioeconómica, junto con los cambios socioculturales, desafíos tecnológicos, contextos políticos y la confianza ciudadana, ha puesto a prueba la capacidad de las Oficinas Nacionales de Estadísticas, los Institutos Nacionales de Estadísticas, para adaptarse y responder eficazmente. Y a ello deben sumarse los desafíos habituales relacionados con el logro de tiempos adecuados, la planificación, la ejecución de los censos y también el logro de los suficientes y oportunos recursos presupuestales. En esta ronda también, en particular, quizá debamos profundizar además el análisis del aumento de la no respuesta como uno de los obstáculos operativos más significativos de los censos. Y finalmente también resulta clave sernos el lugar para contemplar la dimensión política y comunicacional que frecuentemente quedan fuera de los análisis técnicos, pero que resultan primordiales para el éxito o el fracaso de los censos. Y a pesar de estas dificultades, las ONUs y los INES han demostrado un notable grado de innovación y resiliencia, adoptando nuevas tecnologías, adoptando nuevos métodos para asegurar la calidad y la precisión de los datos censales. Entre otras innovaciones, esta ha sido una ronda caracterizada por el uso de dispositivos móviles de captura, el autocenso en línea, la captación híbrida, la capacitación híbrida, donde también asomar el uso de los registros administrativos como una fuente de datos de apoyo en el censo de gran potencial. Y eso es necesario poder sistematizar todas las experiencias. Y por tanto, queremos aprovechar esta instancia para realizar un proceso de reflexión honesta que pueda aportar a la preparación de los censos de la Ronda 2030, capitalizando la experiencia reciente y fortaleciendo nuestra capacidad conjunta. Reconocemos los esfuerzos realizados por los INES y las ONUs para enfrentar los retos de la Ronda 2020, una ronda que nos deja experiencias tanto de éxito como de no tanto éxito en nuestros países. Resulta claro que las lecciones aprendidas de las experiencias exitosas pueden contribuir a la mejora de los próximos procesos censales, pero también debe resultar igual de claro de que las experiencias no tan exitosas también son insumos claves para la mejora. Y es por ello que este encuentro busca desarrollarse en un marco de confianza en el cual se puedan compartir tanto las buenas como las malas experiencias, ya que es seguro que ambas sacaremos de mayor provecho. Y hemos visto que la comunidad estadística de la región reunida aquí en torno de la CEPAL ha demostrado una gran capacidad para reflexionar y para compartir experiencias, permitiendo identificar las mejoras prácticas a través del apoyo bilateral y el apoyo multilateral para el avance en las diferentes temáticas del trabajo. Y esperamos y tenemos seguridad de que en lo que se refiere al tema de censos, continuará con este mismo camino de cooperación y de colaboración. Y entonces les deseo una excelente jornada de trabajo. Les pido a todos y a todas y muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Sabrina, por tus palabras y cerramos esta ronda de venida con el representante del BID, el doctor José Antonio Mejía. Adelante, José Antonio.
Muchas gracias. Muy buenos días a todos y todos. Bienvenidos y bienvenidas a este lugar. Verdaderamente un honor ser parte de esta reunión. Y bueno, mi primer reto es la seriedad del lugar, ¿no? Y el tener que decir director de la CEPAL, director de la Dirección de Estadística, director del CELADE, coordinadora regional o asesora regional del UNF.
Regional coordinator of UNFPA, all faces are known and with whom we have shared many experiences, always positive. And so I think that this is one of the main advantages of the region. The trust that exists among the members of the statistical community. And when in conversation with people from other regions, they say, how have you achieved this success? It is difficult to explain having 3 languages in the region, having the good disposition to share experiences, both good and poor.
Coordinating the cooperation efforts at a regional level, it's important and admirable. Another advantage is the network of knowledge. It's quite active and allows enabling this exchange of information and experiences at a regional level. And I see familiar faces, representatives of institutions that help share so that we can learn with and from others. In a more formal manner, this adds to the benefit of the region of having the support of the development fund and the particularity of having ECLAC's and CELADE's support. I think that that is quite important when we talk about census and statistics from other regions. It is what helps us take a step forward and has allowed us to achieve the successes that we have in a positive manner. That's all I wanted to say. I reiterate the full commitment of to the census and to the statistical capacity of the region. Thank you again for having us here today, and welcome. Thank you, Jose Antonio and colleagues. As you heard from the 3 presenters that opened the seminar, they've talked about technical aspects, methodological, political situations that have impacted things or have benefited the financial situation during the pandemic. There's a series of elements that we will be able to discuss in this enriching seminar. We have 6 panels to work on with all the colleagues specifically. I would like to ask respectfully that we respect the times so that we can move forward within the allotted time and not leave too late. We're going to be hearing from CELADE first. It's on the population and housing census 2020 in Latin America and the Caribbean, and the main challenge looking towards the 2030 round that will begin next year. We will be hearing from Fabiana del Popolo. She belongs to CELADE, and as Jose Antonio said, everyone knows her, and everyone knows it's not necessary to introduce her as well. So please go ahead. You have the floor. And thank you to Simone, Sabrina, and Jose Antonio for the opening remarks. Thank you, Rolando. Thank you very much to all and welcome. It is a pleasure for me to be here. And as Jose Antonio said, we have met and worked quite intensely these past years. I'd like to stress something that was mentioned by a director and by Sabrina to congratulate you, because as a result of the pandemic and the socioeconomic crises that we have seen, we really doubted how this census round would be, and the overall balance is good. It's good because perhaps we had no expectations, but we did see that there were some countries that had adequate budgets, adequate times, with technical teams, were able to carry forward some good censuses. As you can see, we have the list of the main innovations that were included in this census. Sabrina mentioned it as well. But I would like to refer to this list of innovation with the census topics, because one of the concerns one of our concerns when we began these processes that were affected by the pandemic was that we began shortening the census forms or surveys, and we finally had a round with abbreviated censuses, such as the one in 2017, because we needed to carry out the population count. And in this sense, I'd like to congratulate the National Institutes of Statistics because they produced innovations with these different surveys. The quality of the census can be summarized by saying that information needs to be useful for the purpose that it was devised for, thinking of the data and the users. We have seen how countries have finally, or for the first time, included gender questions in countries. They have asked about sexual orientation, disabilities, not only efficiencies. We have seen the expansion of ethnic and racial questions in countries that finally asked about Afro-descendants, and other countries that asked about indigenous languages, daily mobility, not only daily mobility to the workplace, but also other activities. So we would like to stress the wealth of the content that this census round showed. This table, well, it's a little small, but what we're showing here is the dates when the census was carried out. You will see it once it's published, but we're taking into account the definition of the UN. It began in 2015, finished in 2014. In Guatemala in 2018. And of course, in Latin America between 2022 and 2024. And we still have 3 countries pending. One is working on it now, Nicaragua, Venezuela. We need to hear how they're doing. And Cuba is also pending, and they would do it next year. So we hope to hear from them. But we have the calendar almost full for Latin America. We are marking 4 countries: Argentina, Chile, Ecuador, and Panama. And the other countries, these are rights censuses, and we have Bolivia and Paraguay also that only have facts and will be switching to rights. So this methodological change in the region has been consolidated, at least in Latin America. In the Caribbean, all of the censuses are of rights, and we have seen the use of DMC, but also mixed methods, and this is showing us that Argentina and Uruguay have, we can't really see what the projection is. It was 0, but the activists for 25, Argentina has 50%, 45 actually percent of the population with this e-census. And our friend from Argentina has said that this has marked before and after of the e-census use in the region, and perhaps Uruguay as well. I think they beat Argentina, didn't they? That's okay. But there are many innovations, not only that have to do with the capture methods. We need to capitalize and take them into account for the 2030 round. So in terms of the program timing, I'm not going to deep dive into this. There's some countries that plan their census. I'm going to focus on the rights censuses. These can be done in one day, but in terms of the rights censuses. Some were planned for a week and some 12 weeks, 3 months, 4 months. And they seem to be reasonable extensions. However, we see that in reality, what happened, and we are concerned about this, is that the countries in the region, the operation lasted longer than planned, in some cases with 7 to 3-month extensions. So it wasn't in all cases, but some countries have made us reflect on the simultaneity of it. This is the reality of the Caribbean. We have some pending, as you can see. We still need more information from the Caribbean, but most were carried out between 2022, 2023, a few 2024. They're all rights-based, and the capture method was DMC. And we see countries that have begun to use e-census, and they've taken around 8, 12 months. So this is also something that we need to look at. We are worried about the extended periods, some efficiencies in the use of technological tools, not because they didn't have the capacity to implement them, but because they didn't have enough time to do and run the tests that are necessary for these activities. We also noted the interest of the society, and basically we had very effective communication campaigns such as Panama, Argentina, with adequate budgets. And I apologize if I don't mention all the ones that were effective, but it has to do with budget reductions and other reasons, and somehow they weren't as good. The calendar underwent several political pressures, elections, and other undue political pressures. And of course, we have a certain increase in omission. And perhaps, and we can leave this in parentheses, this over division of the census. We're thinking about the population in houses or homes that were not interviewed. This is the table of omission, census omission in Latin America. These countries have published results of their censuses in the 2020 round. And of course, compared to the previous census, we know that in the case of Colombia, we're comparing 2005 to 2018, in Mexico, 2010 to 2020, in the case of Argentina, 2001 to 2022. But that's what we've seen. Argentina takes we're taking the implicit estimates of census omission in 2024 by the UN.
Bueno, with Argentina, we're doing fine. In general, what we can note is a slight increase in some countries. In others, it has been significant. In Colombia, in 2005, 2%. Today, it's 9.8%. However, what we wanted to say here is that this graph is not 100% comparable. Why? Because some countries, like, for example, Chile, Colombia, I have just said that in 2018 it had 9.8% omission. These are countries, or Guatemala also, that has 11.7% omission. These are countries that publish population, the census population without ascribing a number of people in houses that are empty. It is the interviewed population. In cases like Brazil, Ecuador, or Mexico, it is the census plus the ascribed population. In Brazil, we have 3.5% omission, as the graph shows. If I exclude that ascribed, the omission is a bit more than 7%. In Mexico, it's more than 5%, and in Ecuador, more than 9%. So this is important to make it transparent, because if not, we'll be comparing pears with apples. Now, in 2030, this is one of the first conclusions, general conclusions that we have adopted in the region. Although it's true that most countries are using the records, and in some countries, much work is done to strengthen these records. To think that in 2030, 6 years time, there will be a record-based census, it's a utopia. I mean, utopias are not or are useful to move forward, yes, but to reach the target. But in 2030, in the region, the majority of countries will continue to implement a traditional, conventional census. What I mean is that it's going to be by registration or going knocking on doors, or it's going to be a census like the ones we know. So in CELADE, we said, given all the innovation and given all the brilliant ideas of this census round in the region, what could we achieve in 2030 if we think also about social and technological contexts which are different as compared to the decisions that were adopted by Europe in the 80s? Technology of the 80s is not the one we have now. So what can we target without losing quality? And then our proposal is, the proposal emerging from CELADE is that focus on the e-census, or try to implement an e-census developing AI census takers. IA, it would be census, artificial AI. If you have a repetitive process, you can do it with AI. I'm not talking about virtual assistants that never answer what we want. We are speaking about images that speak back. So first, we can teach, or in the virtual head, we can include the whole manual. Not only the manual, but with all the case histories of countries regarding the definitions and concepts. And secondly, because with that, I solve the issue of language. I go in and say, this is a language I prefer for the census. Also, I can choose attractive avatars. Look, Messi was the census taker. Fabiana, do you do that? Well, I have a small business, but I have employees. Would it be blue-collar workers or independent workers? Well, depending on the definition, you are employer because you have employees. Boy, who came to interview you? Messi, and the other one, Shakira, came to implement the census with me. So we need to leverage technology in order to develop virtual census takers and not to leave all the rest in the streets. I'm not saying it's easy. We can start training them beginning now. The census round begins practically next week. It's next year. But this that expedites management is linked to problems associated to recruitment and costs involved, and to hire the census takers and all the training training involved. Yes, even in that, I mean, will it be 1 week, 1 month? All those costs can be reallocated to communicational strategies via some management where I can use schools, for example, where it is mandatory to, or it is attractive to take a census because it would have all these innovations, and with your creative people in each one of your countries, we can do very interesting things. And the idea is to reach 90%, considering places for census in low connectivity areas without connectivity. Technology connectivity will increase from here to 2030 much faster in our country, exponentially as compared to today, with the quality of registrations or records. What is going to be faster, the records or the legal framework I need for that? Well, I'm not saying that we abandon the work with records, but what would we need for this? An excellent cartographic update, assigning one single identifier to houses for life. I mean, that will only end when the house is divided into 3 or is destroyed. But it would have to have excellent cartographic update and collect that which we have insisted in the region, although abandoned in this round. I mean, the idea is to have this cartographic update, but what I would do is a pre-census. And with that, I would have all the elements for an excellent monitoring of my e-census, electronic census. This does not replace the rest that can be done, but the road is along those lines. And if we move forward with this, in order to achieve standardization, then we can say that with some of these developer or software developer companies, we could have a regional standard that then could be adapted to the different realities of different countries. What other challenges do we have for 2030 round beyond describing the main capture method? To think that it's not only the choice of this data capturing method, we know that that method will determine the way of managing the census. So you need to go over the institutional organizational structure in accordance with a high complexity project like a population census, improving management skills, improvement in the training. Are there mixed methods going to be used? And strike a balance between the investment in the use of DMCs, the time to implement, and control and coverage methods. Because if I will design a system that's very complex, costly, and my sensors will be in the field only for 2 weeks, I will not really get all the benefits from that control system. If I say at least I will be in the field 1 month or 2 months in order to adopt actions that will allow me to monitor quality. And so that balance still in some countries needs to be revised. Also, we need to move forward with the early planning and the use of administrative records. Because what we've seen in this round is very often we resorted to these records as a lifesaver. But what was the quality of those records? If we know that we are going to use administrative records in a supplementary manner, then we need to start working now. How am I going to use them and strengthen them? We need greater investment in technological infrastructure and cybersecurity of information. Some evaluations we conducted, we realized that cybersecurity of some INEs was weak. And if nothing happened, it's by chance, because if they had been hacked, it would have been a disaster. Fortunately, nothing happened. And then, of course, exhaustive documentation of the census process, identifying all the areas for improvement. And to finish, we need to rethink what new innovations do we need to do and changes for the 2030 round in light of all the learning and lessons learned, technological innovation. We need to strengthen the institutionality of the census as a permanent organic organization structure to take care of the already trained human capital so as not to start from scratch. It's important to strengthen the national statistical system and the role of the National Statistical Institute in order to leverage the use of administrative records as an input in traditional census and move forward to e-registration census in future rounds, and to also leverage knowledge and experience with the support of the international arena and also lessons learned and new innovations. So, of course, with international support. So we believe that this first meeting is the takeoff, one first measure, and with all the technical teams, go deeper into each one of the different areas involved in a census project. Thank you. Thank you, Fabiana. There was some time for country interventions, but we'll do it after we finish the module or the panel. The presentation of Fabiana encompasses the whole process. One single comment in the bullets you present, the one before last, my suggestion is to add the communication part. I think it's key, communications in this process. It would be a contribution from statistical division to Celade. I thank you. And now I give the floor to begin with the first panel that will be chaired by Jose Antonio Mejia, and it is main challenges for strategic planning and political social contexts. See. Good morning. We begin with this panel. I mean, the challenges is to know the main challenges at strategic level in order to implement the census of population and housing in scenarios. And we have three excellent speakers. We have Roberto Castillo, Mario Wagner, and director from Ecuador. So without further ado, we begin this. Please, Marco.
Yo haciéndome palabras.
Thank you. And I am not going to refer to this.
Como decía José Antonio al principio, se ha logrado en esta comunidad. Yo tengo una...
I would like to greet everyone. I am not really going to, I'm going to show this presentation, but I'll be somewhat informal. So I'll show you these slides, but I'll be talking about different aspects. Now, talking about certain points that Fabiana mentioned, I coincide with many of them, but we still face challenges for the future. We're all clear that censuses imply a whole number of challenges, natural challenges, pandemics, and natural disasters, and so on. But also, censuses imply some many other aspects, such a rainy day, a cold day, or a very hot day, and therefore enumerators, when they go out, they face complexities as a result of conditions that are not necessarily natural catastrophes. And therefore, we must be clear on that, especially when we produce new tools in order to obtain a good quality census result. Obviously, the changes that Fabiana mentioned, social changes, migration movements, cultural differences that appear imply permanent challenges that we have to analyze and often react very quickly to those challenges. Often one thinks, and if one looks at the census manuals, one has to conduct the pre-census 12 months in advance. But in practice, we realized, as occurred during the 2020 round, that the pandemic occurred, and therefore we had to make decisions in 2 months. And in 2 months, the digital census was organized, as occurred in Argentina. And it became a very successful tool that enabled us to obtain very good results. It wasn't originally planned, and in the manual there wasn't a pre-census as had been established, and therefore we must understand that that type of situation will happen, will involve sudden changes, and often what we do 12 months in advance has to be subsequently changed, and therefore pre-censuses, and obviously we coincide that they must have these specificities. They must be helpful, but they cannot limit us in terms of the changes that may have to be introduced uh, when one plans this and when one eventually conducts the census. The budget aspect is essential, and here I will focus on a very important point. That was a very good experience for Argentina, which was the issue of communications. If we do not highlight the importance of communication in our budgets when we plan the census, we will obviously have poorer census results. In terms of communication, we not only that not only includes how we reach society, how we are able to communicate, but this also involves the monitoring of fake news and everything that appears. There is a subsequent panel on this, but everything that occurs around the census is something that we must pay close attention to. And here, artificial intelligence also becomes very important, and I'll refer to that later on. There are some discussions that we must hold with regards to the issue of administrative records. I agree with Fabiana in the sense that in the 2030 round, census round, we're not going to be based exclusively on administrative records. However, we must make progress in terms of how we integrate data. After the census. We must work on the quality of records, on the integration of databases, but we must be able to use administrative records in order to complete census information that we know includes errors. All censuses imply errors. People are increasingly unwilling to answer questions during a census, and therefore, and for people still have a kind of romantic view of the census, but that is not always the same. And the same thing will happen with household surveys in the sense that rejection rates will be on the increase. And we're viewing that when it comes to population censuses as well. And so to have the possibility of working on how to integrate the information from records and how we use records in order to verify and check data that imply that have errors will be something very important. And for that, we must hold a discussion on, for example, how to use the ID document, which is an issue in Argentina, which is a taboo issue. People always say, don't even dare to mention the ID number because you're violating all human rights. And yet we have to show our ID card when we go to the supermarket in an app that we don't know who developed it or what is the security behind that. So these are discussions that we must hold now. The incorporation of single records of housing and persons that subsequently enable us to conduct this integration is important. And we must also discuss very seriously as a statistical community how we bring that to the fore, how we break down with the taboos that sometimes we even ourselves have within our work teams. In INDEC, in my team, for example, people feel that this is heresy and others want to innovate. And so I feel it's adequate for us to hold this in in-house discussion, and after that, everyone will make decisions in accordance with with the specificities of each country. But we cannot sidestep this discussion. Obviously, as Fabiana said, this involves IT, security, infrastructure. Increasingly, national statistical offices have to adjust to this and must increasingly incorporate technological tools, enabling us to work on a long-term planning, but with immediate implementation. If I say to you, for example, that in 10 years' time, I'll be able to have a project incorporating AI, well, that project will be not feasible if I cannot show within a month's time what I am doing with AI, enabling me to show people. That will be useless. If we don't use this immediately, the project ends up by disappearing, because it's natural for staff members in statistical offices to move to other jobs and so on. And so those long-winded, ambitious projects are very nice. But they must have important milestones that have an immediate effect. That is what will ensure that the projects will actually be implemented, because that will mean that they will be of interest to people and will say, well, this tool will be useful. And therefore, as a statistical community, we must we must talk to each other and run pilot tests as from now. Now that we have concluded the census, we are now publishing the micro database in a couple of weeks' time, and we will begin with in the province of Córdoba, a pilot project saying, well, let's try to reproduce a census using the records. Córdoba has many administrative records and possesses a lot of information, and that is why we chose that for the pilot program. And those are the things that we have to do. In this sense, I believe that Uruguay has already made progress, and I believe that that is the right way ahead. Let us begin to run tests. If we leave this for the last minute, we won't be able to implement this, or we won't be able to implement it, or we will implement it with a greater number of errors. And so let's begin to run these tests. And Fabiana also referred to artificial intelligence, which is important, and I coincide with that. But one thing is automatic coding, such as asking people, well, we have these occupational characteristics, and where do we fit in? But at the same time, one must be very sure of how one teaches that to artificial intelligence. And it's not easy. It takes a lot of time. We must also be very certain of where we're going to place this data, because if I put this in chat GDP, but it is data that contains personal information, that data will be left in the cloud. It will be in the cloud, and therefore we must develop in statistical offices our own our AI bot, and that implies licenses, man-hours, a lot of programming, and not the typical SQL type of programming, but rather we must spend man-hours teaching the machine how to respond. And if we want to implement something, as mentioned by Fabiana, and again, I coincide with her, we must begin to work on that now, right now. Not in 2 years' time when we begin to look at the census form and so on. No, we must begin that task now. I will later show you some of the things that we're doing at INDEC, but let us not only think of this in terms of automatic coding or a virtual assistant that we may have when we conduct the censuses, but let us also think about this within statistical offices. How does the human resources help us in this? We often think about AI and we say, well, I'm going to include in the chat, well, tell me what is the unemployment rate in Argentina, and the chat will provide me with that information. That will simply not happen. We're not going to replace field surveys, especially in countries with similar characteristics to our own. What AI can indeed help us in is in our daily management, how we manage human resources, how we train them, how we optimize budgets, how we use AI when it comes to monitoring what is happening in the social media. I think I only have 3 minutes left. Okay. And thus, I would say to you that the major challenges that I envisage are the ones that I have mentioned. And after that, there are a couple of things that I jotted down. For example, the issue of capabilities. We were one of the countries that incorporated the new recommendations provided by the Washington group, and obviously the Buenos Aires group. Argentina led that group, and I'll be very candid with you. I received many complaints from civil society, from some organizations, in the sense that we did not use the word disability. If you ask me today, I would have included the word disability, because at the end of the day, what the census has to do is how to reach a society, how to make society to feel identified with this and to answer the census. And therefore, if I placed difficulties on the main people or the main groups that have to respond when it comes to disability feel or say to me, well, I don't feel included, clearly, in we all understand the technical part, the laboratory part, the why, but I believe that we must also listen to these comments from society. Difficulties and or disabilities. Let's find an adequate term, but we must learn to listen to civil society, how we incorporate the demands that we receive. And these are not the same demands in every country. This happened in Argentina. In other countries, it may not have happened. And today, I still have to explain that disability was indeed included in the census. The other day, we met in Congress, and one of the questions asked by a congressman was, so why didn't you not include disability in the census? And that was indeed one of the things that came up. And I was explaining, no, it was included, but we mentioned disability in terms of difficulties and so on, because that was a recommendation. Well, these are things that we have to take into consideration, discuss them, and review some of the things that we ourselves put forward. I believe that that forms part of the challenges that we have. I don't want to speak more. We will probably be able to exchange ideas later on, but I would also like to provide you with data about the censuses. I believe that this is the direction in which we have to head. In Argentina, we had a very good result in our census as a result of this device. So we plan the e-census to be conducted using a computer or a tablet. I believe that 68 or 69% completed the census with the cell phone. Only 0.6% used a tablet. The rest used a computer. And we produced the digital census app. And I said, well, let's do it. And it was lucky that we were able to do this, because that meant that we obtained a high response rate in our census. And this has to do with the level of coverage that we have in Argentina in terms of internet coverage and in terms of cell phone coverage. We cannot only bet on the fact that the household has an internet device, but rather how we use the points, as Fabiana said. And this is what we did in Argentina. We obtained good results, but it also implied a difficulty, how we identified the exact household of the person that was where we were obtaining the census information from them. If we went to a square, public square, well, the geolocation would be that public square. And so subsequently, we had to identify that person and that person's specific address. But that implied that we had to geo-reference that information, and that is a complex task. So, Jose Antonio, that is what I wanted to mention. Thank you very much.
Inmediatamente.
And so we will now continue. A big round of applause. We will continue. Marcio, 14 minutes, please. Thank you. Thank you. I greet the organizers and participants and ask for permission to give a broader presentation on the challenges and risks for a national census in the next Modern statistical systems have not yet reached 200 years, yet they face many challenges and risks driven by the change in times, unprecedented, and is anchored on 4 pillars. The first pillar, based on the transition of the industrial era to the digital era. Without any doubt, modern statistics were created in the global north due to the progress in the first and second industrial revolutions that brought enormous challenges to national states. With urban and industrial societies, there were administrative records shaped by modern statistical systems. In the digital era, we have a proliferation of demographic censuses and living censuses every day, and personal information is controlled in an unregulated manner. The data achieved with the statistics of the industrial era has been exceeded by the current power of larger technological corporations, which are private and have more information than governments and national statistics institutes. Despite this, you have an onslaught of statistics with fake news and the vulgarization of official data. That new data would be seen in the digital era. The second pillar stems from the displacement of the dynamic center from west to east. Latin America and the Caribbean, that until the 18th century was linked to colonial metropolises, has entered in a cycle with the UK as a main trade partner, and in the 20th century, the USA, and now in the 21st century, China. As since the middle of the 19th century, the conceptual and methodological basis of national statistics has been associated to the global north, and we can see now that the preeminence is moved towards the global south. And what should we propose in the light of the incompatibilities that we know exist when we compare realities in the global north or the global south? The third pillar arises from the new climate regime that requires of new research into the impact and the means of life and economic activities before new conditions, floods, droughts, and the disappearance of territories taken by a higher level of the seas. Indicators created regarding wealth in the nature and the oceans and the space challenge traditional statistics. Lastly, no less important, the fourth pillar related to the new demographic regime. An unprecedented situation in terms of population and the fertility rate that has an absolute reduction of the population. At the same time, the challenge of research in order to identify inequalities among indigenous people, mestizos in remote areas in Brazil. We are building the National System for Geosciences, Statistics and Data. We have internal meetings of the LBGE and the National Conference of the Data Users in order to move ahead in the digital era, integrating sectoral records and administrative records, compiling and systematizing data in sectors of public and private concessions such as mobile telephony, telecommunications, and others, and also interaction with social media maintained by large technological companies. All of this with progress in the use of new methods for research. In this sense, the matter of resources necessary for this is a great risk. Thank you very much. Thank you, Marcio. And now we will continue with Roberto. Please go ahead. Thank you, Antonio. Can you hear me all right? Good. Well, good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to see you in person. And added to what was said by previous speaker, I would also like to congratulate the survivors after all of these different contexts. I would like to be part of this logic, sharing our experience. If we could shut our eyes and move back in time to see what we did or think, what would we have to do with a view to the 2030? Fabiana disordered what I had thought up front. So I don't know if I say it now or later. But I will move ahead with the first part. Most substantive is the administrative records, I would say. In fact, if we want to substantively improve population censuses, my recommendation here, especially to the specialized agencies, is to have an agenda that is aggressive, visionary, or technological modernization for the population censuses. Census based on administrative records. And so there we cannot walk alone because what we need is a lot of support, economic support, and this entails our management at all levels in order to ensure sufficient resources. First thing that I will not elaborate on further, but this is technology. It has already been mentioned, but the technological infrastructure of the statistics offices, if what we want is to consume large volumes of data, we must transform, and that means money, number one. Number two, we need to begin at NECI. We're already doing this and we're following closely what is done by colleagues in Spain. What we need to have is the protection of personal data. We're very much with this chip of the generic statistics law, and there is a section called Protection of Personal Data that invites us to reconsider several things. And in the training of professionals in the use of personal data. The next reflection in terms of the strengthening of our records. My recommendation is let us not be afraid of asking for their identity number. Without that variable, the rest is mere lip service. We will not be able to use it. I know what's happened in different countries. In some cases, the political pressure or perhaps the authority at the time did not want the hazard and did not capture this variable, but it is essential. There was a myth, as was mentioned before, that the census people would not answer regarding the ID number. Well, it was being mentioned, but in the case of Ecuador, since we have been working for more than a decade in terms of administrative records, we were able to match with a statistical accuracy of more than 80% of the IDs. So this is incredible. And this gives rise to a next step that I will follow later on. Continuing with the administrative records. This was mentioned by a colleague from Brazil, but data governance that we're talking of in various space, having better access to administrative records and change our chip in our minds, at least in Ecuador, that is the case. We modestly have significant administrative records. We have a statistical record of registered employment, and this has been ongoing for several years now, but we're forgetting of thinking of the users. Every time I need to convince the new minister of domestic finances or the minister of social affairs to continue with the administrative records, I realize that the INE is not feeding back on the quality. And this is something that we have been working on in recent times. Let me be more explicit. Not only is it demanding access to the record, but returning to the data provider data of better quality, finding errors in the process of my client, which is that ministry. And that provided us with the information. And in turn, our colleague from Brazil did mention this, beginning to work a lot with the private sector telephony, for example, the administrative records are gold, with a view to having different sources of information to see data consistency. And of course, all of this must be aligned with capacity building in the long term in our work teams. And as I said, in legal terms, the protection of personal data, IT, the issue of clouds, data protection, cybersecurity, and so on. And with regard to the legal frameworks, I do not want to talk about the laws and others, but there could be different mechanisms in order to work on that particular area. Then, record-based censuses, we already did one, as the colleague from Argentina said. We did one with records in 2015. We did it in the Galapagos archipelago. It's a good laboratory because it's very well controlled, the entries and departures. We have a special governance there in the case of Ecuador. But now, in the case of this last population census held, I would like to give you some good news. Since we requested the ID number and the quality was very good, it's not yet public, and I think I'm making it public with this, but our basic statistical record, which is this process, it is the data mining, making the most of the information of the civil registry. A few days ago, we completed an exercise using the basic population record for 2022, a totally independent team at INEC. We considered by 22 a population of 17,748,000 people, whereas with the population projections, the official ones that we worked on with CELADE, we reached 17,715,000. So this similarity between the basic population record, not only nationwide, but at subnational level. And this is giving us in-house. This is the harvest of many years of work with the records, because potentially we are now able to, year on year, potentially have a population count at national, subnational level based on the administrative records. And now, in conclusion, and what would I like to say in terms of records is, of course, working on the basic population record. If we do not have on our side the civil registry service, if we do not create the capacities and explain things to them, we will hardly be able to reach the 2030 agenda with censuses that are far more innovative. That was my first thought. Very strategic topic related to how I see the census in 2030. Very clear rules, clear horizons to use the administrative records, governance, technology, training, and the traditional formula. But in practice, we know that there are different complexities. And now I would like to reflect on the census. I will move aside from my presentation of what we had been asked for. With regarding wagering in favor of censuses, the reflection. We are very grateful to Argentina and Colombia, because if we had not been with the technical people, we would have had to face the challenges that others are facing. Not only did we have excellent coverage, but the thing is, how do you assign these people to a territory? And that has to do with the consistency of the data. And so here, my reflection is, in terms of the updating of the census handbooks, household identification. This is a complex matter to do with this is one of the limitations that we have in censuses. Having a robot that helps the interview, I believe, is the least we could do, because I'm sure that in 4 years we will have a far more advanced technology.
Gracias. Well, thanks to everything we've learned from Argentina, we included informants, assuming that the informants would be wrong. And understanding how they live, some kind of reference we would be like our colleagues in Colombia, trying to understand how they're going to do this in a specific period. And it is thanks to these learnings, as Jose Antonio mentioned, like the exchange, we have had several difficulties in the field work. Once we close these activities 7 months later. On September 21st, we will present the final results, not preliminary results. That's the first thing. And second, we have a visualizer. It's www.ecuador.gov, and all the information on the census is there. It's 2 to 3 modules are not released yet, but the public was given the count and geographic and thematic information 6 months after. And 11 months later, we released the database. And other countries had done it. I understand there's few of us still, but only 11 months later, having the database with available with other codes is basically what we have reaped. The result of what we've done working on our administrative records. I don't want to be confused, but if we hadn't formed a team that in the last 7 or 8 years was used to cleaning large volumes of information, we wouldn't have released such a database. And concluding with this cycle, 11 months after we closed the operation 2 weeks ago, we have provided the national and subnational level activities and results. And we've talked to our colleagues in Celaya the time that this exercise to project population takes is interesting. A minister of planning is not interested in the census. They're interested in knowing how many people you have in a specific territory with these characteristics. And that is where we need to work strongly. And all our colleagues, Fabian, Simona, have worked with this logic of working on the records, because this is my reflection. Because of government changes in Ecuador, the planning or public policies are not waiting. Looking at the 2010 round, how many years went by until the Statistics Office actually presented results? Many years went by. So if we were to prepare a paper on the economic evaluation of, okay, let me say this, the opportunity that we lost in not having timely data versus putting this on a balance and being perfect in the methodology and the rules is also something we should reflect on. To conclude, I only have 3 more minutes. And I don't want to go too deep into this, but we also need to learn and I asked the team to work on this. I asked them to change the way in which they present the population census. Diego is here. Diego said to me, Robert, well, we can fully emulate it. And with our colleagues from Brazil, we had a very good idea. We built this storytelling. If we continue to communicate the data of the census, and if we want to do this massively and with very technical parameters, no one will understand. We need to tell a story, and the story that Ecuador is telling is a story of a country that is growing. It's protecting women, that we have human mobility with our friends and brothers and sisters in Venezuela. So all this is something we need to work on and move forward. Let's not be afraid. And I'll conclude with this. Let's not be afraid to do this. Let's set a roadmap. 80% of those of us who are here today will not be here in 20 years. We need to set a clear roadmap and find funding for all these activities. It's been very difficult to count population in the 21st century. Thank you.
Gracias, Roberto. Y bueno, tenemos unos minutos para algunas participaciones.
We have a little bit of time for comments from other countries. Does anyone have any comment? Yes, Cuba. Good morning, all. We have been invited from the beginning to explain a little bit what the situation of our country is, and we haven't done it. Cuba, as you know, is a country that has a census tradition from the point of view of counting the population. Cuba has solid administrative records. Cuba is able to calculate its population in real time. And it has access to all of the birth records, deaths, and migrant records. So in our country, we are interested in using the census, but this goes beyond knowing what population it is. We are more focused on, based on migrant movements. We have recently announced a calculation of these migrant populations movement, and we understand the importance of this, the characteristics of the situations of the households that are affected by hurricanes, etc. So it's not so much perhaps from the point of view of using the records, but of the information that we can derive from the census. We've been preparing it, well, the last one was 2020. We will be holding it in 2022, but the other countries were, well, most countries, and we were not different. We were all affected by the pandemic, and we had to address some financial issues. It affected us because we don't access to other funds that other countries normally have to carry out these activities and this research. We have a blockade that is real. We don't access loans. We don't have access to loans and these elements. So the main issue we've had is access to the mobile devices. Thanks to Mexico, we had a donation of 8,000, but it is not the amount that we require. Our government is still intent on carrying out this census in 2024, perhaps a pre-census. We developed our own app, and we're working on something novel with a prior registration with the community. It won't be difficult because we know what their actions are and how much they earn, but the workers are sufficient for the registration, but not for the census. So it will be important to take this into account. Today, the difficulties are focused on the mobile devices, the use of mobile devices. It would be good to use them in groups, but the issue with this is the protection of personal information. The devices need to be specifically for use in that context and then later be donated perhaps to other institutions for other use. We have the commitment to do it. We won't be the last, or if we are, we'll be the first in the next round, and it will be a quality census as Cuba is used to doing things. Thank you.
Gracias. Agnur.
Muchas gracias. Muchísimas gracias. Hablando a nombre de la...
Thank you. Speaking on behalf of ACNUR, I would like to speak on behalf of the displaced people in this region. ACNUR reports 33 million people of interest, as we call them, where 17 million are displaced by force. So it's a large number. It's a country or even larger than some countries. So this includes refugees, those who request a refugee status, and others with need for international protection. At a global scale, we have 4.4 million that have no nation. And speaking of the census in the 2020 round, there were some advances of case of people who were forcefully displaced or are stateless. And in this internal situation, we have been trying to understand why these people were displaced. We know they moved from one country to the other, but what is the reason? For example, forceful displacement. And in the case of Costa Rica, we have the options and the answer for refugees or those who have requested refugee status, and also those who have no confirmed nationality in order to identify those persons who are stateless. And in terms of forceful displacement and migration, we're developing a guideline for statistics on these people, these populations, which will help with the after the 2020 census and will help us continue towards the next round. It is important for us to identify stateless people. The word is actually better in Spanish, but everyone has a place of birth, but not everyone has a nationality. So it would be a good practice, perhaps in Panama, to have questions, relevant questions that would help us identify stateless people, and so that they won't be invisible. And in this sustainable development goal of not leaving anyone behind, it is important because we need to understand how many people are in this situation, less favored, and bring them out of the statistical shadow so we can add them in the census.
Mr. Chairman, and just want to commend the presenters for very insightful presentations. For us, the discussion is very important since we were in the process of planning for a census symposium, which was supposed to happen in July of this year in the member state of Grenada. However, we had to postpone because of the passage of Hurricane Beryl. So it's important that I'm now getting this information, because of course this will certainly shape the discussions for the census symposium, which is scheduled for the first week of November in Belize, where our Standing Committee of Caribbean Statisticians meeting will be hosted, right? Just to comment on the specifically on Fabina's presentation, the information in terms of the status of the CARICOM member states in terms of their census progress. So it's available, and we can share this with you so that you can update your system, because at the CARICOM level, we do have the Regional Census Coordinating Committee, which and we receive information from our member states. So, so currently, 10 of our member states have completed census enumeration. I know One is who started enumeration about 2 years ago. They're still in the field. It's very challenging times. And we still have 3 countries yet to start enumeration. I know 2 of the countries are among us here today, yet to conduct census enumeration. And we have information that one of them, the state, Haiti, will not be doing a census, obviously, because of the issue with the crime and so. And no. One question that I want to ask, and I know some of the countries who have not started their census is interested in knowing the implications for conducting the census at this time, seeing that the round comes to an end at the end of this year. And there's one country in particular who intends to conduct the census after the end of this round. So would it still be considered as a part of the 2020 round or not? Is there an extension of the round given the situation that has occurred with the COVID pandemic? So we need to know the implications of this. Of course, this is one of the issues that we will address in the census symposium. And I really like the idea of the census, given the vast challenges that we encountered in CARICOM with census taking, especially having to grapple with our enumerators and supervisors and the issues that we have with the retention of field staff. So it is important for us to explore at this time and leverage as much as possible technology and also the use of the administrative data. A comment from a concern from our member states is that our census questionnaire is too long. So we definitely need to see, and even the respondents as well. So we definitely need to see how we can shorten it so the census experience will be a better one for our respondents. Thank you.
Thank you, Halim. Bueno, 3 últimas intervenciones. Chile.
3 last interventions, Chile, UN Women, and Statistical Division of ECLAC. Ricardo. Hi, good morning, everyone. One straightforward thought, and maybe it's because we finished the census a couple of weeks ago only, and we have a post-traumatic stress period, and the capacity of imagining next week what are we going to do for the next 10 years? It's a bit difficult. But I wanted to take the opportunity to tell you what says here, the title of this, Ideas about the main challenges for strategic planning. And what I'm going to say is quite simple, but the main challenge in our offices is to be able to do this strategic planning. And for that, we need to do it with a long time because these processes need to be prepared in advance. And for that, you need to have a team able to do it. I don't know the experience of other offices, but in our case, these teams are set up especially for these operations. But then when they finish, they are dismantled or they leave the institution or move to other tasks. Well, because census need to coexist with many other tasks. So the challenge is to maintain, to keep a team able to make this on-time strategic planning. And the second item I wanted to mention is that referring to the strategies of next census, where this afternoon we'll make a presentation on the administrative records. I think that is a task that we need to assign a lot of relevance, but not to think that it will be fully based on record. but the international experience shows that that is the road. And AI subjects, issues that, on the other hand, are very interesting. But perhaps thinking about this in a conversation that we need to have with the Ministry of Finance, where basically is there, where resources are granted, I think that discussion can be easier if we try to conclude that an admin record can make us move forward, cut down costs, and a proposal that is based only in AI can be a bit difficult and has to be duly well prepared in order to say that that project will not be so risky and therefore get the necessary resources. And then if you want to base these records in AI, you need to start by your own house. Many of the innovations of Census, what we will do is to incorporate them to the habitual, the everyday work of INE. Because yes, census capture a lot of resources or attract a lot of resources, but then once they're over, I mean, the financing is irregular, and it's the moment to implement everything that has been achieved in the census. And if AI is a good idea, let us have some pilots in some household surveys and see if it works. And then, only then, move or scale up or go to the Ministry of Finance, ask for resources and incorporate that as a strategy. Thank you. UN Women. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. A very brief reflection regarding the proposal of Celade in the previous panel, taking into account the initiatives of the region regarding the use of AI from UN Women to invite to the discussion and reflection and see how these tools to have in the and these next years, they can promote a language without biases. As the representative of Argentina was saying, these are learning processes incorporated in the models. So it can be an opportunity in order to include this type of language within the framework of that AI. Rolando, thank you. This seminar is highly promising. The first module, it's very interesting with participations of Argentina, Ecuador, and Brazil, and the comments and the difficulties that had to be overcome. And Marcio, what you are saying, the 4 pillars to the future, well, they are here already. What had to do with the transformation to the digital era, the e-census, displacement from west to east, and many of the problems we had, I don't know if it was because of climate change, but the pandemic had an influence on it. And this problem that was already discussed by our colleagues from Ecuador with the new democratic system that the region, these 4 pillars already have a lot to do with the discussion we are experiencing and with the incorporation of administrative records. It promises well. Thank you very much for the participation of all. Well, thank you very much. Now an applause for the presenters, for the different speakers. A rapid answer, please. Yes, to carry on my answer. Yes, the census round will not be extended. We will continue with the same dates. So countries that for different reasons cannot raise or or cannot enumerate at least to start in the 2030, which is the corresponding year. 15-minute break. You are expected to be back at 11:10.
Good morning. Morning to everyone, and welcome back after the break. So we have a very interesting session here. Strategies for large-scale recruitment, selection, hiring, and payment objectives. And a very interesting lineup of presenters. We know that the 2020 round of population and housing censuses in many countries in our region has been severely affected by recruitment challenges and high attrition rates. The issue of late payment of staff in some instances compounded the attrition issue and to some extent the recruitment challenges. These challenges in many cases we can say were unavoidable, being in the position of going through a pandemic or recovering from the pandemic and the fluidity of persons' employment situation. So we are happy to hear from 3 countries of the experience with the strategies they have adopted for large-scale recruitment, selection, hiring, and payment of personnel. First in the lineup, we have Ms. Sophia Mora, sociologist from the National Technical Census Team in INEC, Costa Rica, followed by Hilda Martinez from INEC, Panama, and then followed by Mr. Douglas Rodriguez from the National Office of Statistics and Census, El Salvador. So we know, I now pass you over to Ms. Sophia Mora. Thank you.
Good morning and thank you. I'm here blinded by the sun. I think that I will be telling you of a story, not that successful, but of course, with much learning, especially in this very relevant topic, the recruitment of staff. To give you an initial context to our census, the Costa Rican census was held in 2022 and was a de jure census as was traditional in Costa Rica and entailed 2 capture events. A first one originally planned 3 weeks in the month of June, and that had to be extended to a second leg, and that extended until September 2022 on account of different reasons. And perhaps some of you are already familiar with these, but one was precisely staff. One of the important features of this 2022 census was the digital mapping that for the first time had georeferencing of each housing location and which allowed us to have a follow-up of the coverage and being able to make this sort of decision along the way. And also for the first time, we included data collection via mobile capture devices and also what we call the self-census, which was a web census, and in our case was less used, but yes, it was used as a method for collecting dependents, and we used also paper for collective installations such as penitentiaries. We had bimodal capture, which was online and in person, with 10,000 people taking part in the field work. And getting into the issue of staff as such, in Costa Rica, since the 1950s and until the last census in 2011, the previous census, we had worked with the Ministry of Education and teachers for the field work. And there was an agreement. And for the 5 days that the census lasted, the ministry's teachers went out to do the census, received a payment, and also an incentive given by INEC, which was financial. But by 2011, that coordination was more difficult on account of the overload, among other factors. But basically, the overload that teachers were beginning to have on account of administrative procedures and others, so that less persons wanted to take part. And this meant that in certain places, it was necessary to hire community people and have a mixed method, teachers as well as specially hired individuals. For the 2022 census, the situation was complex, without a doubt. This is a country that's totally different to the one we were in 2011. The Costa Rican society changed a lot. Insecurity was a significant issue, and also distrust, which meant that people were each time less prepared to answer any type of interview or share data. And so we decided to extend the capture period, and also on account of the technological change that we wanted to implement in order to use the mobile capture devices. And what we used to do traditionally in 5 days had to be extended to 18, which meant that in addition to the complexities that already existed with the Ministry of Education, we could not ask the teachers to also stop teaching for 18 days. And so it was each day more and more difficult to work with the ministry. But in addition to that, as of 2020, the country fell into what it was called the educational blackout. I'm sure that you can read the headlines, because this is the name given to the gaps that we were seeing in the country in terms of education. First of all, on account of the pandemic, when it was necessary to do online classes, and many girls and boys had no access to that sort of education. And basically, it made visible the limitations in the quality of the education given in the country. And so it was impossible to continue working with the Ministry of Education. And we had to look for other alternatives. Now, which were these alternatives? Well, several were put forward. The first was that the Statistics Institute as such hired staff directly, approximately 15,000 people, for which we needed 15,000 temporary vacancies. But basically, these were civil service vacancies. This had to be authorized by the Ministry of Finance. And, well, with the budget cuts and expenditure, the Ministry of Finance did not authorize this. And the other option was voluntary, but the Costa Rican legislation meant that the volunteer option was not viable, because since the time was more extended, 18 days or even more, this was no longer seen as volunteer work. And so we did a market study to see the outsourcing through a private company, and no company showed any interest, because the economic guarantee that had to be given was so large for such a short period of time that it was not attractive to any company.
Comunal CONADECO, que agrupa las federaciones cantonales y zonales
of the National Commission for Census 2022. It proposed working with the Confederation of Associations of the Communal Development, CONADECO, which groups the different canton federations, the zonal federations, and 3,000 associations that are actively working on development of all the communities from the more urban to the rural and indigenous territories. As an agreement was also signed with CONADECO. It was seen as a very interesting idea because it was active personnel with the communities. So as I was saying, this agreement was signed with CONADECO and the National Division for Community Development in order to carry out the 2022 census. So the NIC had to hire 14 federations that are registered with CONADECO, and they had the responsibility of recruiting, selecting, hiring, and paying the field personnel. So it was 14 calls for bid, so that each federation would have the ability to hire and recruit operational field personnel. That was the process. Let's see if we can visualize it. In August 2021, the census, which was carried out in June 2022, in August 2021, the agreement between INEC, CONADECO, and DINADECO was signed. It was discussed earlier, but that is when it was finally signed. However, at the time, we still didn't have the resources for the census because at the time there was a restriction by a fiscal rule that limited the expenditures that could be made, despite the fact that they had the resources. For this, a modification was made to the law, 9694, the National Statistics Law. And this law was approved in November 2022, 6 months before the census. Once we had this, we began working with the federations, something we did as of January, and we began coordinating with the 14 federations in the entire country. In February and April, we began carrying out all these hirings. It had to do by public bids. It was quite complex. And in March, April 2022, there was a pre-recruitment where the associations, the federations, together with the census agencies, began participating and training the people that wanted to participate. And the census began in June. The process was more or less like this for the general project with CONADECO. There was someone in charge of the financial area, many resources destined to paying the personnel in each federation. This people specializing in human resources were hired and they were trained with the INEC personnel so that they could cover the 35 zones. So after this, well, the recruitment was made on a system that was specifically elaborated for this. So the system was like this, they would sign up. And then once they were signed up or registered in the system, they would register in the virtual course. They also received an email on this virtual course. The person would carry it out on their own on Moodle. And once the course finished, selected personnel would receive an in-person training, and the federation selected who would stay. Then they also allocated the workload. That is how the process was originally designed. And along the road, several changes had to be made because they weren't able to train all the personnel on time. So that's how we did it. We were able to hire about 10,000 people during this period. What were the learnings? We had a profile which sounded attractive in the beginning and could seem like the people were ideal. You know, there was a structure with where the federations had presence in the entire country. There was a disaggregated structure, geographically speaking, and this enabled the identification of people all over the territory. But there were people that were not used to, or federations that were not used to managing so many people in such a massive operation. So it was a little bit overwhelming for some of them. And of course, the internal communication between the federations and the personnel was not necessarily adequate. It was a little difficult, and this in turn generated more problems, and it generated distortions in the messages. For example, in some places, they never quite understood how the payment would be made. So they started requesting it before. They thought they were going to be paid at a different date. And some went on strike and didn't want to work. And the main problem was that not all the personnel that was necessary was hired in the end. So in the end, some areas were not surveyed fully. That's why it was necessary to expand the period for the census. And this meant that the hiring was extended, for around 1,000 people. They worked additional months. Not all 10,000 worked, but around 1,500 worked in those areas that we identified that were not surveyed earlier. And this story could be much longer. And we could talk all afternoon, really. And some of the experiences that our colleagues will be talking about will certainly be productive as well. We feel that this experience left us with many learning. The thing now is, how do we continue moving forward and solving these situations that perhaps also happened in other countries? How do we change the hiring modality so that we can have people working legally, but in an agile manner as well, with adequate supervision that can be controlled on field by INEC? Political will and political support is necessary. Unfortunately, we did not have sufficient support. We didn't have support by the Ministry of Finance, and the INEC had to hire directly. There's many reasons why this decision was made, most likely. And perhaps it wasn't as precisely planned as we would have liked. It's important to think about the alternatives, to reflect on this in order to carry out future census, thinking about countries such as ours, with low budgets, having more efficient personnel or less personnel, because less personnel also be more efficient. And as I mentioned, hopefully that we can do it in a more agile, flexible manner that'll allow us to have the necessary information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll move right along to Panama. Hilda, thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, all. This opportunity, we're going to make a presentation on the different strategies for recruitment and selection, hiring, and payment of the personnel that was part of this very interesting process of housing census, population and housing census. So I would like to first talk about how we establish the different strategies. Here, we'd like to begin by talking about the various challenges that we encountered in order to begin devising a strategy that would allow us to have a successful experience, as was the case in terms of recruitment strategies, mass recruitment strategies. We saw it was necessary to, on one hand, have a platform that would allow us to establish quality standards, because the National Statistics and Census Institute, which was under the controller's office, they were going to receive the responsibility of actually recruiting. We had to keep the quality standards and think about the profile of these candidates that were going to be summoned by the census authorities. So the records of all our needs, the needs that we had in every one of the 136 census regions in the country, in order to know what personnel and how much personnel we needed in each of these census regions.
To have a platform that had to be easy, dynamic for the user, or those persons that could enter and register all of their data, even upload their certificates, diplomas, all that support that you need in order to comply with a specific profile. Now, the IT guarantee, that is cybersecurity, all that was very important. On the other hand, in pre-selection process, depending on each one of the profiles, it was important not to have those biases in the pre-selection of staff, to have a transparent communication of results of that pre-selection process, and to be able to have communication with these teams that were selected for them to participate in a virtual classroom, and therefore the monitoring of each one of the participants in this virtual session. Also, it was important to have an evaluation, a staff evaluation system, because at the time of training, it was important not only to monitor the progress as part of that virtual classroom, but also within the same processes of face-to-face training. They had tests and examinations in the same capture mobile device. And a results-based database, to the extent that each applicant would answer the test, managing the questionnaire or the device or the mobile that was used. Also, we faced legal challenges. Why? Because we had to manage a volunteer-based program that could allow to subscribe a significant number of persons that could be linked to this program. And you could have some type of discontinuation. For example, if the person declined the job or whatever, this work was done for 2 months in the de facto census in Panama. It was necessary for that document to have a signature, and therefore the holographic or e-signature was incorporated for each one of those documents. And then another challenge was, how do we economically recognize or acknowledge the staff for it not to be a critical node, or in order to have lags or delays or gaps in their payment, and for the work to be motivating. Therefore, we designed some IT systems in order to generate this payment that was done through an electronic wallet in the National Bank of Panama. In this case, the services of the National Panama Bank were hired, and therefore payment, you could simply download the app, and the supervisors and enumerators could download the app and in their mobile phone, receive electronic payment. Something very important for us was precisely communication, how the staff, or we communicated to the staff about the calendar. The moment the staff registered in the volunteer program, they were given the payment calendar right away. So each one would know exactly when, and what date they would get their electronic payment. Even so, there were some that said, no, I haven't received payment. But we still hadn't reached the date that was set for that payment. That was an important element to communicate. Also, the staff had insurance coverage in case of accidents. So all of these elements that were challenges, in the end became strategies that allowed us to move forward. And thus, we were able to have an overview to transit from a system with independent modules on the one hand. We had the recruitment system on the one hand, then we had the staff personnel assessment, and then we had electronic payment in order to generate an integrated system that we colloquially called staff census operational staff evaluation. And so this integrated recruitment databases with all the requirements, the review, the compliance of profiles, the pre-selection of applicants, and even including the areas where you needed to have backup in order to continue and face contingencies of the staff. That is, hire additional staff in order to be able to fill in those drops or dropouts or declines of the staff. A note of the pre-selection, linking this to the virtual classroom and communication of all details of training. Each applicant received an email, a communication telling them, look, you have been pre-selected for the training process. It is going to be face-to-face. You join the virtual room. They were given all the information about what was going to be their training place. Mostly were school centers, schools. All the lists were printed with the evaluation scores, and the staff was selected, linking them to the volunteer program. And so finally, we had these databases sent to the National Bank of Panama so that the bank generated virtual accounts, and the applicant didn't need to have a bank account there. It was a virtual account generated by the bank, and there each one received their payments for the 8,970 volunteers that we had for the population census. The e-wallet payment that for these census, you can see there the columns of the amount. On the top, you can see the millions, $1 million, 2.4 million for one first payment, 2.6 million for the next one. And this represented in the first payment to have economically recognize 7,000 or 7,000 enumerators, and then 7,325 in the second payment. And you can see a decline in payment in the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th payment, because of course the number of people declined, of course, and the last payments were delays or persons that were discontinued from the program, but their payroll of exclusion was done and they were paid in the last opportunity. And here we have the percentages per province and incidences. As to incidence, I would like to say that for 7,623 persons who received payment through the e-wallet in all the census process for the 2 months, there were only 29 incidents, only 29, and they represent a 0.38% of incidents. And they were because the person changed their cell phone in the moment the payment was precisely going to be made, and it was one of the key requirements that the person should have that active mobile number. So I think at the level of the National Institute of Statistics and Census, we can say it was a successful experience precisely because we had a view of going from one system with several components or modules to one that was fully integrated, and with the collaboration, of course, of all the departments, divisions, for the in-house development of each one of these platforms. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Hilda. And we'll move right along to Douglas.
Muy buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone. I want to begin my presentation telling you what was the main challenge of the Central Reserve Bank. It's the only central bank in the Americas that conducts censuses and places us in a very proud position of this National Reserve Central Bank of El Salvador. We need to say El Salvador had not done a population and housing census for 2 decades, 20 years, saying 20 years without cartography. That was our main challenge that we faced in El Salvador, since President Bukele decided to assign us a Central Reserve Bank, to assign us the statistical basic task and census of and so for us, it was an additional effort, because in addition to all the jobs we do as a central bank, now we had to do the basic statistics and censuses, something that would, of course, improve the quality of life with the data and information generated by basic statistics. and census in order to adopt good public policies by the government. And why did they give us, central bank, that role? Everybody will wonder what. I mean, strange for a central bank to do basic statistics and census. Firstly, because we were not alien to statistics. We had experience in basic statistics, but also we had the technological geek infrastructure in order to conduct digital cartography and also the census we did recently. One of the main strengths that the central bank had is that it has the financial capacity in order to supplement the IDB loan that was assigned in 2018 to El Salvador in another government. We were going to supplement what the IDB was financing, which was 44 million. Right away, we got that role. We started to work very intensely to train the teams. I would like to thank our sister countries that helped us in the training and helped us so much. The teams we sent to learn, Panama, Mexico, Paraguay, Ecuador, and others, that really taught us what they succeeded, what did worked well, and what did not work. That was very important to learn about what things do not work. And also we had international recommendations of agencies managing the topic. We thank UNFA, CELADE, IDB, and US that helped us in the learning process. The US Statistical Institute. And also, there is one challenge, which is security, in order to hire the appropriate staff and in all the areas, and that in order to have the necessary staff personnel in each one of the regions. And of course, for that, we need security. In El Salvador, until before 2022, we were known as a country where the gangs prevailed, where they had the total control of the territory, gangs. And so it was impossible in that context to hire staff to go and implement census in areas controlled by gangs. Thanks to President Bukele, they adopted very courageous and appropriate decisions in order to eradicate the gang members of the country. And we were able to have a very good reception of our offer for staff for census. They responded right away. We'll see the details now. And obviously, from BCR, we believe that innovation needs to be in all the processes of innovation and technology. It needs to be the spearhead in order to improve and create awareness of all the processes about those within the central bank and the census as well.
We conducted a 100% cartography and the population and household census, which was completely digital, and we'll explain how. First of all, the selection was extremely important for us. How we were able to do this, well, that was primarily the result of a country strategy. We had had 2 decades without a population and housing census, and many young people who were 18 years of age were completely unaware of what a census was like. They had never received a census enumerator, and we faced the challenge of hiring more than 14,000 people in order to conduct that census. We made the census fashionable, so to speak, and that was not only promoted by the central bank, but on the contrary, we received the support and the strength of the popularity of our President Bukele in order to promote the housing and population census so that so that everyone in Salvador knew that the census was underway and that nobody refused to take part in the census. And that is extremely important, the confidence on the part of citizens for their government, because that ratifies the success of hiring, of selection, and subsequently also of making sure that people actually provided the information, because that is the final goal that we require, those of us that conduct a census. So we want people to share their very valuable information, and that is achievable when there is a country strategy, a government structure that works adequately. In El Salvador, President Bukele held a high-level meeting that summoned all the top officials of all institutions, saying that the census was a country project and that we were all going to take part in that. And thus we eliminated every single barrier that could exist between institutions. And on the contrary, everyone began to work in favor of the census. Now, how was it that we were able to hire 14,000 enumerators? Well, we did this on a piecemeal basis. First of all, we conducted a dissemination campaign in the media, and you can see examples here on the screen. And obviously, we had to make this attractive in terms of salaries. We were paying each enumerator $815 tax-free. That is practically 2.5 times the minimum wage of El Salvador. Now, this was tiring work, as you all well know. It was that also requires a lot of commitment, a lot of willingness, and therefore we paid that amount so that this could be truly attractive. And obviously, during the first stage, we received 80,000 applicants for 14,000 places, 80,000 people that wanted to form part of this housing and population census country project. And we trained close to 52,000 people. We trained 50% more enumerators than we actually needed. Because why? Well, because at the end of the day, we were going to have a reserve in place that we could call upon. And all the training was conducted online. And the app was also online. We created and developed a site in the central bank where applicants were able to send their information. We did not need to go out to collect information or request for papers. We created a website where applicants could send that information, and they could simply click on that and send that to the website where they could upload their documents and to see whether they could meet the profile. The app also enabled them to be aware of the exact stage of their process, whether they had been approved, whether documents were missing, whether they were accepted or not. And that was all information provided by the app. We trained 52,000 applicants online, and 23,000 were trained face-to-face. So we had a reserve in place, as I said, in order to control attrition. We also trained more than 14,000. We trained those 23,000 additional, and we hired more than 14,000 people. They were all digital contracts and also signed online. Nobody signed a contract on paper to take part in the census. No, everyone was able to sign this using their mobile phone. And this enabled us to be much more agile, much more efficient. And we thus did not have to sign 14,000 contracts physically. And this was done via the simplified massive hiring system approved by the IDB that was financing this process. That is the job site where applicants could apply and send their documents. The reference terms, the stages during the first stage, received, reviewed, approved with observations, and finally process concluded. And something that is also very important, in order to hire people, we also provided them with a list saying who was going to be their employer. Now, since we're a central bank in accordance with the money laundering law in El Salvador, we had to know who our employer was going to be. And thus, the idea was for all enumerators to know exactly who was going to hire them. We had the information, obviously, in the central bank for selection purposes. We decided to involve 100% of the staff at the central bank. They all participated in the selection and also in the training. They all reviewed part of the curriculums that were received, the resumes that were received from the applicants, and they were trained via Moodle, which is a platform, a training platform that enables us to be much more efficient, and so that the successful applicants were able to receive training at their place of work or at home. In addition to hiring them, we also, in order to pay them, and this is a very important point, that everybody should take into consideration, payment. The timely payment of enumerators can prevent many, many problems. The timely payment, once the month was over, we paid 5 days after the end of each month. And how did we pay? Well, all the work reports that were requested had to be signed digitally. And all this was done online, and they were signed digitally by the enumerator and by the zone and area supervisors. And this enabled us to have information about who had worked, who had not worked, how many days they had worked, and how many days they had not worked. We also developed a program in order to exert that control of how much had to be paid to each person. But then we face the challenge of what is it? How can we resolve the fact that some of them may not have a bank account? And because the central bank was a regulator of the financial system in El Salvador, what we did was to hold a meeting with all the banks within the Salvadorian financial system, asking them to help us to open savings accounts with a simplified procedure, also promoted by the central bank to all enumerators. And all banks cooperated by opening a digital account. One can open a digital account in El Salvador with zero requirements, simply with a single ID document that identifies a person as a Salvadorian citizen. And based on that, everybody had an account ready to receive payment 5 days after the end of the month. And everyone was paid. All 14,000 were paid every month in less than 5 hours. Now, evidently, that was a success factor in El Salvador because all enumerators were received their payment on time and were willing to continue to work in order to conduct the census. Out of the in the 14 departments, we had 2 working periods, both in the morning and afternoon, because in some areas the census began very, very early at 6 o'clock in the morning, and in other places their work concluded very late at night, up to even up to 10 o'clock at night, and that is something that can be done in a country that highlights its security and at the center of its public policies, as occurs in El Salvador. And that helped us to hire, select, and pay our enumerators. So thank you very much.
In presentations, and we saw the innovations, and we indeed see that those censuses, they were not the absence of challenges, but they were able to work through those challenges. We saw the case with Costa Rica being able to leverage the work with the federations and sign agreements to facilitate the recruitment process, and Panama using the very innovative integrated system for the entire HR process, from the application to the payment. Also collaborating with the national banks to facilitate the payments through the e-wallets. We also saw in the case of El Salvador with the national country strategy, which I think contributed to the successes that you have. Also the recruitment of staff, so at least you can counter any challenges that you have with retention. So now the floor is open for comments, questions, and feedback. Centro Estado. So we see Dominican Republic first.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. This is the first time that I speak, and I would like to express my gratitude to the UN Population Fund, CELADE, and so on, and also the Statistical Division of ECLAC for organizing this seminar and these discussions that are very important, considering the reflections that we must make around the census in this round and for the upcoming round. And I would like to thank Costa Rica for being so candid, so sincere, because if we're here to say how successful we are, how good we are, and how well we manage things, the 2030 round will simply be a failure as from now. And in the case of recruitment, the Dominican Republic also designed the whole recruitment system around issues related to a portal for people to register, considering lessons learned from the 2010 census, which was a very complex work when it came to payment because everything was done on paper. People didn't give us the proper ID number. Payments couldn't be done, and the whole process, as from recruitment, and we registered 274,000 people, and 74% of them were women, so that you could only select 35,000 people at the end, and you had to train 50,000 people because of the dropout rate, which was between 20 and 40%, because in some places you were able to obtain many people to work, but in tourist areas, post-pandemic, it was very difficult to obtain people, and because we're talking about recruitment here, but nobody talks about the dropout rate, and the dropout rate. And Ricardo referred to this a while ago. Well, strategic planning is a challenge in itself, but what is even a greater challenge is decision-making out in the field, because these are things that are happening out in the field, and you must make decisions based on what happens on a day-to-day basis. And in the case of recruitment, after considering that you work well with a platform to register people, that you negotiate with the controller's office how you're going to make the payments, that we were not going to sign to 35,000 contracts because it was all done manually at that time. You need a solution for that, and we were able to develop a solution for that, digital payments via the Reserve Bank of the Dominican Republic. We did that via a PIN, via a telephone, via a transfer. And yet people were changing their mobile phones, and the new mobile phone didn't have the old PIN number. And in addition to that, we were paying every 5 days, and people were leaving work to go out and receive their payment. And banks became absolutely overcrowded, and the banks would phone us saying, please don't tell people to come to the bank to receive their payment. And so people received a message in their phone saying that their payment was ready. And people started to ask, well, why did you receive the message and I didn't receive the message, despite the fact that you signed a letter explaining when you were going to be paid, how you were going to be paid, and yet people were acting in that manner all the same, because that is a human condition. So what are the decisions that you make considering that? And that is work that we must do in that sense.
We drafted a case study with the School of Management, and we said managing in complexity, managing with uncertainty, because we can have very good technicians, we can have very good recommendations on how we're going to do the de jures and de facto censuses and so on and so on. But managing the day-to-day, well, the Dominican Air Force, there was helped. There was a helicopter at our service, because every time we had an issue, we needed to move teams of people around throughout the country. And we had a helicopter at our service all day long working. The president had 2 or 3 meetings with the cabinet in full and deployed the entire government to territories and entrusted a province to each minister to make sure that everything worked, so that based on the Hawaii classification that we of the complexity, the geography, the technology, the security, the recruitment, it would be the political aspects as well. It would be possible to manage at government level supporting a project of the nation, not just of the National Statistics Office. And here we need to learn, how can we provide the statistics offices with a way to manage this level of complexity? Because then what happened later? And I know this is a recommendation that the Dominican Republic, well, we have no autonomy really, but this was done just before the end of the fiscal year. So in September, we had all the money there because it was transferred. It was insured, all money necessary to pay the staff in full. We asked for 100 million Dominican Republic pesos because the capture ended, the fiscal year came to an end, and in January, we wouldn't have a cent to our name because normally this is done in August, and you cannot plan that you're going to have a debt. You should not have any debt from one year to the other. So this is a matter of finance. And so then afterwards, all the files had to be recovered because the Office of the Controller does not accept any payment without a full file. And for a very long time, it took us up to 8 months to gather the file on a person, because if a person took a snapshot with everything, and then even though each tablet was linked to the survey, but since people that was recruited just like that on the go, and places where attrition was up to 40%, you need to pay for the file, but the person went to the office, a snapshot, and say that they had delivered it, but there was no way of getting the tablet back. So how can you do this? This is crisis management. So there was a constant crisis. Look, one girl went to the office and chained herself to the office and took a snapshot and millions of likes. And then that same program was invited to a TV program and given her 20,000 pesos. That is what this is about. And these are day-to-day decisions to be made, day-to-day decisions, making decisions. And I think that in that sense, we need to strengthen things. I stop at that. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have time for 3 more interventions, brief interventions from Uruguay, Argentina, and, 4, Ecuador and Sika.
Good morning. It is a pleasure to be here once again, sharing this space with you. I would like to thank Miasotis for that presentation. I was feeling the same thing. I can say how great the Uruguay census was, 60% web response rate. We have everything based on administrative records that we will analyze together to supplement the census data. But we must say how things happened. Yes, if each one simply dwells on the merits, well, we would not go very far. This process is relevant, and it's also relevant, and I honestly appeal to the international agencies. Because I saw a graph shared today, and I think we should be careful with that, because graphs are not comparable. She did mention it at the end, but there are omissions in census areas. And so in Uruguay, I could say that I had 100% coverage. All areas were visited. 100% coverage in Uruguay. Yes, but that's not the case. We have preliminary estimates that show 3.9% omission as such, plus 5% non-respondents. And so maybe this will possibly change the final outcomes. So here you need to help us to make this transparent because, well, otherwise we come here and say, I could say with this metric in terms of zone areas, Uruguay had 100% coverage, but that's deceitful. And so here, what's important is that you should help us with this, because otherwise, each one will try to paint the figure that they like better to look good. But we must say that these had very high emission rates. Let's say it, and you must help us say that that is normal in these rounds, because otherwise we're being deceitful among ourselves. And so, and there are so many other lessons to be learned, and I could also share so many other difficulties that we had in Uruguay. But of course, if I just focus on the achievements, we will never learn anything. So I think it was very important what Dorothy said, and I feel the same way. Let's say the things as they are. I heard of an emission rate that was spread around yesterday, and the emission rate had to do with emission plus as such. But if you add everything else, you get to 10. No, don't tell me it's 3.9. Tell me it's 10. Well, so let's desegregate everything, and we will, and so everyone measure what we do with the same measure. Because otherwise, this is complex and we're not helping each other. So I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Es un comentario muy breve.
A very short comment that has to do with human resources. I think it is essential when it comes to planning censuses ahead. How can we ensure that the census structures are each time smaller? We in Argentina went from a de facto census to a de jure census. And so we did the field work in just one day. We had to manage 750,000 people in the street in one day. That was nuts. If we could think that we can repeat that is totally wrong, especially with the population growth. And so you could say that 2030 round, you need to have 1 million people in the street. I survived one, but there is no guarantee that I would survive a second. And so the self-census mechanisms must be elaborated further. We must seek to implement them in de jure censuses so as to carry them out over time, on time in the field, and have a team that is smaller. Maybe the experience of El Salvador is good. A well-paid team, highly committed, and understand that the census takers as we had years ago don't exist anymore. So now we need to pay well if we want things to work well. The larger the structure, the smaller the wage that we can pay. So things are not as they were before. So we had census takers that we used to give them the paper, the pen, and they used to do things, one part of the census with a black pen, the other with a blue pen, and one in pencil. But now things are more complicated. And so the larger the structures, the bigger the difficulty. So what we need is how can we do this with a small infrastructure and properly? Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. My first reflection, first of all, I would like to congratulate the panelists. And second, I believe that the dynamic should be to ask the panelists for questions and not have a fourth or fifth panelist. But, well, on account of the time, my only contribution in terms of recruitment and so on is my thoughts, and that I shared with some. Recruitment have to do with done with erroneous concepts. They're very too hopeful. I think that when we do pilots for the population censuses, we're thinking more of capture of the system, validation, tables, but we ignore issues such as security. I don't want to paint a stressful picture. You're going to have thousands of people managing payments and things, but and these are things that happen. The people that go to the media to shout out that they've not been paid, that also happen. This is something that we never pilot. And so my first recommendation would be take a look at the assumptions, because we don't, why don't we work with the assumption they're going to have a very high turnover in our staff? And in the household surveys, these rotation rates or attrition rates are much lower. So in terms of training, I think that we were short of an in-depth reflection. And this is something that I'm constantly discussing with my team. Let's leave the theory aside and focus on practice. I still have my team that have the census taker handbook that's more useful to use against a thief, but focus is less on the practical need. And that is something that we need to work on. And when I say work on, I keep with the thought shared by Ecuador. In our recommendations and handbooks, work more on the self-care protocols for the prevention of violence, all types of gender violence. What kids are most interested in and what we are most interested in is 18,000 people, which was our case, went in nicely combed, and that they should leave equally well combed. Because whatever happens in between, we are responsible. And that is why I make a more strategic invite. The concepts, field work, and so on, and location in the field is important, but what we need are protocols for self-care, non-gender violence, just to highlight a couple. And my call to work on this with UNFPA or CELADE, more practical guidelines. That is, seeing these cases, sitting our teams down and having very practical guidelines for the implementation. I'm sure that everyone that was here, almost everyone have passed the census round. We would have loved to have a guideline of what we should not do, quite aside from the confidentiality of who the country or which the country was. But I think that that is what we need to bring this down to ground in more simple terms. And then I could ask a question if that was a methodology, but I would like to know in greater detail the processes for the simplification of procedures, and how do you ultimately select? Because I'm sure that this is something that you had to do in the case of Salvador. And as Diego, what he mentioned, let's talk about this in the appropriate segment. And censal assessment, which is a bit later on, because I think that was something mentioned by Salvador, and very interesting on how these digitalizing and automating of processes could help us to do away with many difficulties, not just for this census, but also for the household surveys. Thank you. We're running short of time, so I would ask if perhaps we could close this segment here, and then at the end of the next round, maybe we can answer all questions together. And I thank our colleague from Centrostat, who has given us his assigned time to continue with this. Yes, go ahead.
To thank all the presenters and everyone who contributed to this session. Thanks, everyone. And I now hand you over to Peter.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, ECLAC, UNFPA, IDB, and the president of SEA, the representatives of the National Statistics Office in Latin America, and the regional international agencies. For me, it is a pleasure to moderate this distinguished panel.
We have Macarena Alvarado.
La subdirectora Hilda Martínez del Instituto Nacional de Estadística y Censos de Panamá, a Leonardo Cuello, director del Censo del Instituto Nacional de Estadística del Uruguay, presentadores con mucha experiencia en el uso de dispositivos móviles de captura y el autocenso web. Sabemos que en los procesos censales, incluso precensales, las encuestas de hogares, obtener el dato constituye una tarea esencial y fundamental en la recopilación de la información. Con este avance tecnológico se han incorporado nuevos métodos de recolección. Estamos hablando de estos dispositivos móviles de captura de datos, que no son otra cosa que las denominadas tablets, los smartphones, que han revolucionado la obtención de datos en campo al permitir la recolección, el procesamiento y control simultáneo de los mismos en tiempo real. De este modo superan las limitaciones de los métodos tradicionales basados en papel. Y en el caso del autocenso web, replica los cuestionarios de estos dispositivos a través de la web y aplicaciones móviles. Entonces, el objetivo de este panel es aprender de las experiencias en el uso de los dispositivos móviles de captura para potenciar el aseguramiento de la cobertura y calidad durante el operativo censal, las complejidades.
Throughout the operation, the complexity of these methods for use and control on site. The use of these devices has also introduced technical and human challenges. The devices can fall, break, have battery issues, software errors, and even theft. The connectivity to the internet can be unstable or non-existent in some areas, thus restricting the capacity to send data real time. So in view of these challenges, we would like to hear from the presenters on what the contingency was like. We're going to begin with Macarena Alvarado from Chile's INE. We have less time, so you have 8 minutes. Okay. Still, it is a very brief presentation. I imagine this could happen. Thank you all very much. Thank you to Celade for hosting us. As the director said, we finished the census recently at the end of July, and we are just now returning to a moment of calm. This transition from de facto to de jure meant that we were suddenly able to introduce technology, and the introduction of technology had to be reflected in different areas, and one of these was in the collection methods, and of course, also in follow-up of coverage and quality. In this line, we defined that the collection of information or the capture of information was to be done with these digital capture, mobile digital capture devices. And it's very important because it was meant to be gradual. This was defined as such because we needed to monitor the quality of the online census before it was fully launched. We didn't have enough evidence of what would happen to guarantee that the application of this online census would fulfill or meet all the quality standards. So this operation began by being in person, and for a few weeks, we opened this to an invitation to participating in the online census, but associated with the in-person component. It was left when people rejected us or were not home. So we monitored the reply, and once we had two dimensions that were important for us, we started to fully release these modalities. One was that we detected that we had a good response rate for each of the questions in the census. We detected what questions we were weakest in, and we devised a communicational strategy. And once we guaranteed the registration of the homes, we moved forward. We didn't have a full board. We had a focused pre-census that was broad enough, but not 100%. So we needed to guarantee the registration of these homes in order to open or release the other modalities. It was online census or through the call center or even directly on the website by registering the address of people. And towards the end of the operation, we haven't been able to evaluate this with the full board. We sent the full directory. We sent letters with activated codes so that the people could reply to that. It worked, especially in areas where it was difficult to visit again. This looks very small. I apologize. So we defined a few requirements. We had to have or guarantee some aspects, technologically speaking, to have the adequate infrastructure. We innovated as Inetril on the use of the cloud. We hadn't worked with a cloud infrastructure. We had only done physical, so that was very important, a learning process. Needed to guarantee a broad coverage of the internet. It's not that we were unaware, but during the pandemic, we learned to detect those places that we thought were well connected, but actually weren't. We had to guarantee the capacity to integrate new modalities. If we wanted to do some daily operations, we needed to make sure that daily we would be able to integrate everything done by CAPI and CAWI. So we needed a management system that would allow us to follow the process in real time because it wasn't real until then. And another thing was to have a monitoring system related to cybersecurity in order to guarantee operational continuity. This was extremely important. And here we were looking at different teams and focusing on protecting the census process. In terms of the operation, I know that we all experienced this once, and we say it's obvious, but it's difficult, which was to guarantee daily synchronization. This was a daily reminder of messaging where we requested that it be done, supervising synchronization, and still not doing so daily. We had to guarantee a positive coverage of the registry associated with the houses and to be certain of our records. That was a significant challenge. And finally, all the conditions in order to adjust the operation and to generate emphasis on these different modes. This is something that was very important for us. We needed to have an operation that would be flexible. Flexible in terms of the teams, the hiring, the timings, and we even made some modifications in the payment system at the end of the operation. All this flexibility, and it was mentioned by our colleague from Costa Rica, We had it thanks to significant support, politically speaking. There were several exceptions made to the census operation, and in the budget, there were exceptions made in order to help with the financing. That was key in order to complete the operation successfully. We also had, in terms of the technique, we had several sources of contrast so that it would make sense. Good and several. So we had the information that we had collected in the pre-census with the same projections, but it was important to understand and have the administrative records. We used a resident base that we have for the country. And this resident base is detailed at a municipal level by sex, age, and this helped us compare what we were finding in the records, in the projections, and what was said in surveys was part of the context. We had to have a context analysis. And all this allowed us, this is my last slide, it allowed us to adjust the operation. The process was put together to have a flexible operation, 16 weeks on site in the field, 20, I think in the end it was 20. And this extension period was justified only if we were able to understand and adjust to what we were seeing in the field. So seeing it was one thing that required technology, but also to face and make decisions based on the actual operation. Some decisions which could be disruptive. As the director from the Dominican Republic said, we don't have all the information. You make decisions in a context of uncertainty, and you need to be bold sometimes. So fortunately, we made good decisions. We were wrong in a couple of them, and we had to modify those decisions. But that courage, I feel, was one of the most important aspects associated with having an operational team and an operation in general that could be flexible. I believe this all depends on the context of each country, the modalities, the learnings. And of course, we will have a common topic because we won't be the same because we have structural differences, but the ability to adapt, I say, would be a common denominator that all censuses need. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Macarena. Continuamos con...
Thank you, Macarena. We continue with the Assistant Director, Hilda Martinez, from the Statistical National Institute of Panama. Thank you once again. You have 8 minutes. Yes, precisely because we have 8 minutes. It is a true challenge to present these initiatives in such a short period of time, and especially to raise some things that are important and that each country needs to know in order to help each other with these population censuses. I have 10 slides only. The first 2 I will focus on. And based on that, one methodological decision of a census that in Panama for 2020 was going to be a de facto census. And because of the pandemic, administrative issues, and accusations or of a company, the census could not be implemented and decisions had to be made. And one of the major ones was to change from de facto to a de jure census. From 1940 to 2010, Panama had conducted de facto census. That was a methodological impact. No one in INEC had the experience of one of de jure. And we spoke about a platform for recruitment. 115,000 persons were recruited and only 10,000 had to be hired. So it was a true challenge. And as processes developed, the alternatives were being documented and that are available to all of you that would like to go deeper into each one. Item number 3, yes, there were training transformations. Formerly, all training sessions were face-to-face. Here we had to train hybrid formats, face-to-face, but at the same time, virtual, remote sessions. And so, of course, we had a tremendous challenge there. The use of DMC, that is capture mobile device. Why in some areas this DMC was not used? Because there was no electricity or power. But in all the other areas, 90% of the areas, they used DMC. Even so, we had to make all the necessary adjustments during the 2 months because at the beginning, the same enumerator or supervisor stopped using DMC in order to use paper. So we had to create a whole learning curve so that the device could be used. The legal context for us is very important. It was the foundation for action for the development of the census. 13 legal resolutions were published in the official gazette so that that could be the baseline for action from recruitment process to the responsibility of that staff member that was going to use a device that was owned by the state. So how to really describe responsibilities. In fact, during the census, some DMCs were stolen, but out of 8,950 devices that were purchased, there was an incidence of 50 DMCs that were lost or stolen, but covered by the insurance. So in item number 7, with the adoption and adaptation to ITCs, it's a whole transformation that we as INEC had to develop and were able to generate 13 platforms insofar as logistics, transportation, custody, use of DMC. And one of the things that was truly important for us was being able to monitor the DMC, had a GPS in case it was lost. All of that was duly registered. And the platform were with remote access, you could provide assistance to each one of the staff members. The IT security is a basic issue in this platform. And the technological test for us, translated into success. And at the beginning, there was resistance, reluctance. Why to continue testing? We have already conducted a pilot census and we had tested all the systems. But even so, we said we need to keep on testing because we are under a technological census. And therefore, the technological test that was developed in focused areas opened up the whole window to see things that we had not realized before, although we had conducted an experimental pilot census. We tested also the electronic payment, and that definitely helped us a lot. So apps were developed, and also instruction, intrusion security tests were conducted to test all involved elements. In the field, we identified with the TMC, we also tested the e-census. Here was done only a small percentage of the diplomatic staff, and only with that experience, but that helped us to understand that we had to improve the platform, that it couldn't be the same questionnaire that was on paper or in the device. It had to be more friendly for the person that was going to fill in or fill out this form via web. We used it also to recover coverage, the census of the total. We received a 30% response. So there also we thought it was important to improve coverage and have those surveys so that in the future censuses to implement this strategy of e-census, but we need statistical culture. And our country, Panama, doesn't have statistical culture in filling out the form via web. All these technological transformations need to be improved upon and included. Results of census products. Communication was key, was basic for us, was fundamental in order to move forward with all these strategies, where the population had to keep the population and housing census. It formerly was only one day. This time we had to keep it in the mind of persons for 2 months. So we had to implement an effective communication strategy, and we had to invest money in order to do it and for all the population to be in sync. I would stop here because the rest is also there for you to look up, and each one of the things are going deeper into the different apps, the technological test that was key. If you want to implement a census using technology with system design as that of Panama, you need to test and test and test. Start testing, continue testing, and end testing. Really, these are all the innovations, all the programs that we have adopted, designed, and identified, and now adapted for the national agricultural census that we are conducting at this point in time. Thank you very much. That would be it. Thank you, Hilda, for your synthesis capacity. And now Leonardo Cuello. He is Census Director of the National Statistical Institute of Uruguay. You have 8 minutes. I'll try. Good morning, everyone. We thank this for the time in this session. What I will try to convey is the experience of Uruguay in our web census. It generated a lot of challenges, but then a lot of satisfactions. The Argentinian experience was key. It really gave us a lot of support and also to have a lot of learning out of the process. I will refer to the Uruguay census, how this CAWI strategy is in the Uruguay census. What are the key factors explaining our high web response? Well, it is one of the jury. It began on April 29 and was closed on September 29, we had three modalities or three methods. Kawi, which was the main tool, CAPI, which we had inside tool, and also administrative records in order to count those persons that are in collective housing. In the CAWI and CAPI methods, we asked for the number of IDs. We had a high rate. And why we asked for the ID number is because we needed to protect vis-a-vis the CAWI tool, because there could be omissions. We could have duplicated records because we would have two information sources, CAWI and CAPI. So we needed to have a system that would detect those duplications. So there was 60% CAWI response. We had a web window open between April 29 and May 22nd. And then on May 26, we went to the field until September 29. Between April 29 and the population was able to answer only via web. And there we had 60% of responses between 29 April and 22nd of May. A lot of population responded in one score. You see the web incidents, the CAP incidents. The minimum registration we had via web was around, or the average was 28,000, whilst the CAPI that were 15,000. The difference is a major one between the CAWI and CAPI methods. You see the red line in CAWI prolong in time because we left the window open, but it was for that population that had not responded during that web window. And therefore, the census taker said, look, now it's your turn as CAPI, or you have this code and you can respond on CAWI. So as to recovery, we had this tool open for the whole population, and we opened CATI as well from 2 to 29 September. And therefore, how the web census was responded, they went to the census 2023.ui. They registered the number of clients of an electric power company, email and cell phone number. Then that they were given a code, and that was the certificate that had responded and had to be given to the census taker when finished. It was a simple. Why did we go with an electric power company with that registration number? It was as a framework and was solving two problems. So once they used that number, it was one person in that household. So that number responded for one household, and therefore allowed us for location purposes.
In other words, we could locate this at a central zone, which was at the level of squares. And if somebody was not able to obtain this code, we at least knew what square that belonged to. Now, what explains that we received the 60% for CAWI? Well, we mentioned three elements. Obviously, we need a high internet coverage, high connection or connectivity. Communication is fundamental, both the outgoing and also the incoming communication, both the platforms, the messages that we send, and also how we manage the messages that we receive. And another fundamental element is the web platform and the technological infrastructure that is developed for a web census or web-based census to work. There are 6 elements that are fundamental: usability, and this is what we're going to talk about. This has to be an easy, speedy, and understandable process. Accessibility, which means that everybody is able to respond, to answer. Also a responsive form, in other words, that it is adaptable to all platforms, tablets, computers, cell phones. A safe platform. We must truly guarantee that the data is secure. It must also be a concurrent platform. In other words, that it is able to withstand the reception of many, many users, because what we generate is types of connections and also a platform that has an adequate performance that is concurrent. In other words, a platform is solid, but if too many people are in the platform, it becomes very slow, and therefore people don't respond. And therefore, I need this to be for the platform to be stable and also agile. So the web platform, technological infrastructure, accessibility, responsive platform, all this is fundamental. Now we're going to mention some key aspects related to communication and to the web platform. We had a 360-degree communication. We conducted what we call the economy of behavior. In other words, incentives for the population to respond. All those who responded via the web page were able to participate in were able to enter a sort of contest for 1 year's free electricity. And via the call center, we knew that motivated the population, because we found that out via the call center. We also sent massive messages. All the persons with a cell phone received a text message informing the web-based census, and if they answered, they were going to receive 1 year's free electricity. We sent emails to all public officials, text messages. We also had all the government, this was also present in all government web pages, a link to answer this for the census. Political leaders also shared a message encouraging people to answer via the web page. We had an average of 4 hours per day on radio and television, encouraging people to answer this via the webpage. And we also had the census day at schools. One day at public schools, we spoke about the census to promote people answering the census, the web-based census. And these were all actions that were undertaken. And when we analyzed the peaks, the web page responses, they're all related to a communication milestone. When we began, we had 40,000 registries. When we began after that, a 30,000 registry peak, which was a census day at schools. After that, 75,000 registries per day. And this was planned. We said on that day we will close and we will end to encourage people to answer. And we knew that we were going to allow for a few additional days. And that sought 2 objectives. First of all, to encourage people to respond. And secondly, we also wanted to flatten the number or the flow of people responding so that we could manage demand without endangering our platform. And once we ended, again, we found a peak. We had a minimum floor of 9,500 registries per day and a total of 28,000, a peak of 28,000 per day. This
Dos últimos días de cierre, 10%. Ahí está, eso mismo. El 10% de la población.
10% of the population occurred during the last day of the census, and that gives you a dimension of the impact of this. This is linked to the outgoing communication, how we managed incoming communication. Well, it wasn't just this, but this was, well, what was important was a call center. The call center was open 7 days a week, 12 hours per day, and in the team, we had people from the data collection area, in other words, and also from the conceptual area. And what they observed was this, and this was a card-based system. The call center was outsourced by a specialized company. We said to them, can I ask this and that, and so on. And therefore, we monitored the answers that were being received. And if new cards were developed, well, on the top it says that we were receiving a message and that people were asking because the text message was being delayed in order to enter the web page, to receive the password to enter the web page. And there was a delay there, and we detected this very quickly via the call center. The other aspect related to the development of the platform and the technological infrastructure is usability. Usability is fundamental for people to understand the form, and this refers or relates to the quality of data quality. A face-to-face form is not the same as a web-based form. There are many things that have to be redefined. We have to have helps there, how those helps are designed. We must also redefine error messages, which error messages are going to be controlled and which are not, because a web-based form is not the same as a form conducted by an enumerator, and therefore we have a minimalist and very simple form, a responsive form that was also closed. So we're not only talking about technological aspects, but also conceptual aspects. In other words, teams have to understand that the form has to be short. It must be short if it's going to be answered by the population directly. There was also a redefinition of warnings and errors, as was done normally. It's not easy to transmit to the population or to respondents that an error has been made. So how can we explain that to them so that they can modify that data? And if we were to summarize and answer the question, what does high Cowie response rate rely on, with a logical structure where each concept has a specific function? If our dependent variable is how to change the Cowie response so that it's increasingly higher, well, the dependent variable is communication. Communication, therefore, plays a fundamental role. Whenever we were in the news, we immediately saw in real time the number of respondents going up. And obviously internet coverage, infrastructure, web page, considering that it must be usable, accessible, responsive, safe, concurrence, and performance. If we don't have a developed web platform and we mobilize a lot of respondents, that will not be useful. If we have a powerful web platform but without sufficient communication, well, we will have simply, again, something that is not useful. Our variable is communication, and also the web platform. That will imply that we can increase the response via the web page. Now, what is fundamental here is quality, which is as a result of the usability of the web page, the help, and how errors are presented. And we have conductive tests, pilot tests, and so on. And to geographically locate the registries, we were able to resolve this for the administrative records of the power company. We know that that is not feasible. We had an advantage in the sense that the coverage is very wide-ranging and that we only have one single company and that company is state-owned. And that, of course, favors a consolidation of data and the transfer of data to lower the risk of redundant records. We must be able to identify that. And finally, we must finally make the population answer this.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you. Okay. The experience of panelists is very important, and to make decisions whilst the field work is underway. Well, this is what we take away as a result of the experience of the panelists. The experience of Uruguay is impressive in terms of the coverage of the web-based census, and I believe that each panelist deserves a warm hand. And if you have any comments, I think we will listen to them after the lunch break. So a warm hand for the panelists. Thank you. Okay, so we will resume at 2:15. At 2:15, we begin the next panel at 2:15. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, colleagues. It is now 2:23, so we are about to get started with our first panel for the afternoon. Good afternoon again. The objective of our panel discussion here will be to become familiar with the new ways of presenting census results, such as geographic information systems, dissemination of microdata and online processing. Dissemination is something, and communication is something that we have heard mentioned over and over again so far. So I think that this will be a particularly interesting discussion. Before we go on to our panelists, I just wanted to speak very briefly. The 2020 round of the Population and Housing Census, for many, if not most of us, was one of the most difficult censuses in recent memory. As we have been discussing throughout the various sessions today, this round was marked by a number of challenges, including the health and economic crisis that resulted from COVID-19. Tightened labor markets due to post-pandemic economic recovery and shifting labor market dynamics led to staff shortages and high rates of staff turnover for many of us that resulted in extended enumeration periods. And both of these were combined with a general atmosphere of increased public skepticism and reluctance to participate in activities such as the census. At the same time, this round took place within the context of rapid technological change, which has allowed unprecedented levels of innovation in data collection, the integration of geospatial technologies, improved quality control, and tools that allow for data to be processed faster than ever before. These advances understandably came with heightened expectations from the public. NSOs were expected to much more quickly complete enumeration, data processing, and publication of census results. There is an increased demand to allow for self-enumeration and post-census to have information immediately and readily accessible in a user-friendly format. Additionally, the rapid expansion of social media use provided public platforms for critics of the census itself and the results published, as well as amplifying every misstep or difficulty encountered during the execution of this very complex project. However, social media also presents for us a major opportunity if we are able to harness it effectively. Through social media, we are able to sensitize and educate the public, combat misinformation, and generally take control of our own public images. When coupled with new tools and technologies, it also allows us to turn data into a truly public good, providing a wealth of user-friendly and easily accessible data, as well as promote the utilization of data by users of all types. Communication has now become a critical part of our operations, with the data lifecycle not considered complete until information is distributed for public consumption. This is true for all our statistical products, but even more so for the census. And as we now recognize, the way in which we communicate the results is in many ways as important as the results themselves. Our guests on this panel represent two countries which exemplify numerous best practices in the dissemination of census results. Their dissemination strategies speak to the fundamental principles of relevance, impartiality, and equal access, as well as accountability and transparency. Both seek to engage users at all levels with curated content made available in a wide variety of formats, including interactive geospatial content. Please join me in welcoming our two panelists, Marco Lavagna, Director of the Instituto Nacional de Estadísticas y Censos, INDEC of Argentina, and Mauricio Rodriguez, Director General of Sociodemographic Statistics at the Instituto Nacional de Estadísticas y Geografía, INEGI of Mexico. At this time, then I will pass over to Mauricio to proceed with his presentation.
Thank you. I think, creo que primero está Marco.
Okay. Well, change. I'm going to speak first, if you don't mind. Yes. Bueno, buenas tardes. Ahora se va a hacer más difícil después del almuerzo, pero a tratar de ser tan interesante como fue la primera parte de la mañana. Hablamos mucho sobre...
We've spoken a lot about communication for the census and the challenge of social media and the need to be constantly hearing of what is happening in order to try and do away with fake news and everything that appears in the networks. And this is an important challenge because possibly it is not part of what we had known as our communications. And I think that every day it is more necessary to have a strategy for larger operations, but then continue with communication after those major operations. According to social media and certain media, we've lost the census, the database was lost, we were hacked, and we will have to do the census one again. All of that happened in social media, and we institutes must be aware that that does happen and be aware that we must have a strategy. Cannot be left in silence, and very often when the data is questions regarding certain statistics that we publish, we as a rule stay quiet because we have the data. But it is often that these communications begin to have a greater impact. They make a noise, and this obliges us to have some sort of communication in response. And so the balance must be fine between when we go out to speak and when to keep quiet. Quite clearly, the statistics offices, we speak for our numbers and our figures and the reports. But to a certain extent in this new reality, we must manage the balance very well, and we must have communication strategies in that sense. But so how do we begin to communicate all of this, which is the purpose of the channel? And who are we speaking to? What is our audience? If I'm thinking that I'm going to reach everyone with the database, I'm going to get it wrong. My mother will not know what it is and how to use it.
Público. Tenemos primero el sector público, que le tenemos que dar herramientas para.
Sorry, the button. So we need to understand that there's 3 levels. So we have the public sector, and here we take data for the distribution of taxes, and that puts more political pressure on us. If we want to do something in a certain area, we need to have more finances, but more funds, excuse me. So it's important to have this and have a technical defense and a technical communication of these results in the end. Results have an impact. Census results have an impact on public distribution, public fund distribution, and on how things are managed. Other sectors will also be very happy. They'll have more resources, but these are the tensions that we need to deal with. We need to work for our audience, for our public. Another public is a little easier for us. That's academia, scientists. It is natural for us to speak to them. We share data, indicators, demographic concepts that have been used, and then academia just keeps going and they don't need us anymore. And finally, civil society. And civil society is very broad. Civil society goes from a consultant that is doing work for a business unit at a company, or my daughters go to school and they need to do some homework on construction for citizens. And they need to know how many people there are in the country or in a given location. So all this is what we need to address. We need to talk to all these groups. And it's not minor. We must be aware of this so that the communicational strategies can address each of these users. We need to have access tools and a good reach, updating frequency, and visual tools that are necessary. Georeferencing, statistics, because it allows us to see a lot of data. heat maps. Heat maps and dashboards. So we need to have all these panels. GeoPortal at ECLAC has been very helpful. And now we must continue to feed this GeoPortal, because once we start, it's very easy. You simply upload everything, and the IT infrastructure that we need to have for processing must take into account that I can't simply create an entire database from one single census without continuing this work. We talked about this. We need to have some IT infrastructure and the resources that will help support and maintain these in time. I was saying that for census, we have the GeoPortal. We had a different strategy for census where we began with thematic reports. We have 11 of these already, and this has generated a little more time because they all take time, but it allowed us to address several topics within the census with greater clarity. Of course, first population, then the housing conditions, then homeless people, then the collective housing situation, reports on gender identity, Afro-descendant peoples, or indigenous groups as well. We had a specific report for that. All reports that allowed us, through graphs and tables, allowed us to explain very complex phenomena. If I thought about a single report, because we have the census book, if I only publish a book, I lose the wealth of data. So we need to have a strategy to give more value to the census. And I think that's what we need to do with communications. Artificial intelligence, we talked about this. That's one of the fundamental things that we need to take into account moving forward. And I will show you, this is made with ChatGTP. We uploaded, well, not everything yet, but part of the census database. So we've trained the chat, and we can add, for example, how many people live in municipality or District 1 in Buenos Aires. Then we say, how many of these 200,000 have health coverage? Well, 153,060 people. What kind of health coverage do they have? Oh, X. So you start crossing and matching variables. So combined with artificial intelligence, we're able to answer. So it's going to answer social housing, 153,060 people, state health services, 5,000 people, those that don't have health coverage, 630. What characteristics do these 61,000 X people have? What is their educational level? I'd like to see whether there's any relationship between the educational level and the lack of coverage. So they start to say, okay, X amount did elementary school, Y did high school. And these are all things that we can do with Chat GTP. So in ChatGPT, we have the internet, and it mixes a lot of information. So we need to be aware that we have to have our own robots. We have to have our own instruments. investment in licenses in order to maintain the system, because we can ask it to say, okay, reply only with database X or Z. And you need to teach it what is the femininity index in District 1 or 3. And it says 128.4 women for every man. I ask it to make a graph, and it makes a little pyramid, a population pyramid for that specific district. So all this implies time, resources that need to be added. This all has to do with how I communicate things to society with a language understood by my mother or by a scientist that specializes in using the LATAM databases. We must offer them the capacity of going through all databases, but we need to have a solid structure, a robust structure that will allow us to address all these needs and realities. This will be increasingly complex. The granularity of the information is greater, and the amount of data available implies or forces us to have such tools, portals, artificial intelligence, and we need to continue to do this with databases to transform ourselves into communicators of statistics. We need to go out and inform everyone on how it is to be used and what it can and cannot be used for. I can offer the same example for a census. Tell me if you can explain the difference between a house and a home. Ask your mother. My poor mother, I always use her as an example. She has no idea what the difference is between a house and a home. Oh, well, it's whether you share food or at the house with other people or not. So if your brother comes over for dinner, does that mean it's a home, or what is it then? So we need to understand these realities to know they're there and to be able to communicate. So the statistics institutes and society need to be increasingly communicated, but let's not get lost here. What is the balance? We shouldn't transform ourselves into analysts. We shouldn't transform ourselves into opinion leaders. Our role is to provide data, and that these data be analyzed and used. We need to understand that social media is a reality, and it's here to stay with the good and the bad. That's all. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Un gusto estar esta tarde.
Thank you very much. The presentation's a little bit long, but we're going to skip some slides. We have some context now. I wanted to present this to you with the census in Mexico. I wanted to mention the relevance of something that we saw in the previous panel, the devices that helped us so much in training and hiring people to collect and validate information. That leaves us a little more time to be creative in terms of other materials and users that we will have in the Institute in Mexico and outside of Mexico. So what are the main results? 2020, we had the fortune of having 94% coverage of the census once we had the COVID pandemic declared, the health emergency. And we began working on this with a subsequent recovery around June, but most of the recovery was later, and the supplementary information also came further ahead, and this was on time. I'd like to share some of the tools that we have. Some are traditional and others are improving in order to work with the information that we have, in order to have people be users or specialized users, and so that they can understand the data that we produce at the Institute.
Okay.
And the first thing is that we start with the predefined Excel spreadsheets that they expect those important data sheets in order to improve results. We cannot interrupt a product where many people are used to use it. We have an expanded questionnaire based on the sample of 10% sample, or even more of houses in the country. And we have municipal estimates. They are downloaded from the page. You can open it in any Excel data manager. And we have also interactive data. In these cases, the users can choose variables, can do disaggregation, can lodge variables depending on the information, either for the total of the population, for those over 5 years of age, for women of 2 years and more. So they select these variables and they create their queries. It can be as easy or difficult as the user decides. And once you see it, you can open columns, you can be very specific in your question, and that is downloaded in an Excel spreadsheet. And if you want percentages, that is something that would be done with the team of each person. But then we have results at the level of locality, ITER, it's called, although territorial integration consultation, that is ITER. In the 2020 census, which is the most recent one, but it allows you to have access to historical information of 1990 to 2010, with all the counts that are in there, intermediate. And that also involve a whole work of standardizing variables, matching territories, municipalities. That's why the 2020 is not added to this, because we want to make the series comparable, and so that many people may query this tool. And there are more than 276 indicators. And I would say the information is quite consulted, this one. Now, as to basic geostatistical area and urban 4 blocks, around 4 blocks, that is called the manzana. And so there are areas that need to be restricted so as not to really to keep and protect private information. This is information for metropolitan areas who are interested in disaggregation. These are tabulated interactive tools of the page and can be downloaded to your team. You can choose the whole country if you want to go deep into, or it can allow you to query different levels of segregation. And then we have Censuses. This is Census Information Query System, where you provide all the results of the census, here in this case 2020, more than 800 indicators. Most of them are population, but there are also housing, diversity, economic conditions for 2,469 municipalities or districts of the country, and also 2 quarters and other areas. You have the information of all these results of the census, and also it is linked to queries in order to incorporate that information to the geography or space. You can do it nationally, state-wise, metropolitan, urban. The last picture is of the area of Guadalajara, where you have users per household per 4 blocks square, and it will depend, and therefore you can see the needs of each area. I know there are some that do not want to get to that level of segregation. You would like to have more friendly graphs. So here we have the socio-demographic panorama of Mexico. For example, if you want structure, main variables, house, cell phone holders or owners, there are many variables, and of course, you can bring down this graph to your notebook. And also, we have the National Inventory of Housing. Once again, all the information of the 2020 census. And this is basically a tool allowing you to select not only information that we've collected, but also about space, communication, routes, and all these consultations. You can choose one area or locality. And here, for example, this is only total population per block level of 4 blocks. So you choose specific areas and you can get the information of your interest and then combine other variables like number of schools or any other indicator you would like to include. And recently, the geostatistical mesh of Census 2020 was developed. And the idea, it was to incorporate geospatial with the statistical part, a raster. And in the case of Mexico, we have in INEGI, we have 6 different levels. One very general, level 4, 233 squares of national territory, to level 9, which are 9 million squares, and each one has 400 and something meters. You can get to that level of disaggregation, and also is one of a tool. And we are following some recommendations of international agencies in order to relate these 2 levels, geostatistical with spatial, or geospatial and statistical. Here we have this measure again, and depends on the level. You can clearly, this requires additional processing, and the mesh covers, if it covers only one highway, for example, it's easier. Or if you say how the population is distributed so as not to risk confidentiality and privacy. I will finish by speaking of what do we have for specialized users. These are the processing at microdata level. We have a microdata database where users can access this microdata. They're not public because of confidentiality, but you can process in situ or remote processing. You send a code, it is run in INEGI, results are shared with these persons, and the idea is to open up more points, and thus people here at this point, we have only Ciudad de México, Mexico City, and Aguascalientes. But also you have other services included like help desk or chat, and whatever you ask, you will be answered. That is the end. Thank you very much for your invitation.
Thank you, Marco. Shared with us a number of tools that are recommended to improve dissemination strategies, to support strategies, and to achieve all of these things that we know we need to achieve, reaching our users at different levels, reaching them in ways that actually communicates to them rather than just feeding numbers out there that people can't understand. But obviously, all of this infrastructure, all of these tools take a great deal of investment in terms of time and manpower and effort. So as a representative myself of one of the smaller NSOs within the Conference of the Americas, I would like to ask something from the perspective of the smaller countries. What aspects of these dissemination strategies and infrastructure do you believe would be the most scalable for small NSOs like ours? With less resources or less access to resources and fewer staff? And what do you consider for those of us who really have to prioritize our resources and where we invest our time? What do you consider to be essential and what should be prioritized? Marco?
Gracias. A ver, yo lo separo.
I divide this into different speeds. First, I will tell you that to be able to have thematic reports or information helps very much to the information and closeness with the user audience. That is something that doesn't require much investment because a portal in the statistical offices, time, yes, but for thematic reports allow us to have greater closeness to the users. And Redactam and the best softwares programs are available. We need to use them. And I would tell you that for what's most innovative, we need to have a strategy as a region. And I think CELADE, CEPAL, the Statistical Conference of the Americas play an important role. Imagine what I showed you, this chat could be done in the SEA with our own engine and where we all provide information, educate that engine. Imagine the certain scalability we would have for that. That involves, of course, a strategy, resources, just like ECLAC has developed geoportals with the tool. I think that also is something that countries can implement with some investment, but it isn't such a big investment. But I do think that the rest can be achieved if in the Americas and the Caribbean, we have a closer common strategy. Even I would say for countries like Argentina, which is bigger with more resources, it's very difficult to implement alone on our own these tools. It's different if we have a common strategy and a common use of this. And even I imagine that there will be several international organizations that will be wishing to finance projects like this as a regional common good or public good. I won't mention any because they will say I'm asking them, but no, I won't mention. But I think it should, because you have it on your back there. You have it looking. And there's another one that's not present, but we know it is here. But I know that that needs to be the strategy. And that way we'll have these new tools applicable to the whole region and not only to the countries that may have these tools available. However, what I would recommend are the concrete thematic reports. That helps a lot to explain and to educate such difficult concepts that census do have. May I supplement somewhat the response? I think that thematic reports are very valuable. We do them. We are just beginning the 2020 census because there are many that have emerged. I have presented dissemination tools, but as an institute, if you go to INEGI, the first thing you see is topics, themes, population. You ask for education. People search that word, that is the global strategy of how do we organize the information in the website, how do we make it available to the users, and also to have clarity as to what is the objective of the public. Also, we have a website that's education page of the Institute. Cuéntame, tell me about it, for boys, girls of primary school, and we develop also tools for teachers so that they can share friendly information. Avatars were produced with local fauna for them to be highly familiar, and they will provide information.
So we need to understand that people will find these themes to try to understand these questions and to focus on some tools for users that may be boys and girls, because clearly academia will be a place to find information, or they will send that to us via email. But we're talking about the people who do not approach us, that we want to reach. And we've seen that in Belize and in several other countries.
Minutes left in the time for this panel. So I would like to open the floor for questions from our participants here. Okay, so we actually don't have 20 minutes left. We have just a few minutes left because we are behind schedule a bit. So we will take questions from those who have indicated that they'd like to intervene. So Brazil and Chile. And Penuma.
Muchas gracias, Marco.
Thank you, Marcos, Mauricio, for the presentation. I have a very simple question and hopefully a very concise question. What mechanisms have you used in Mexico and Argentina in order to listen to the opinion of users? Because sometimes what often happens is that we imagine what the public wants, and we produce a whole series of charts and tables and so on. But sometimes it's also very adequate to have a mechanism to listen and to systematize the opinions of the different public. I don't know if you have anything of that kind to share with us. Thank you. Thank you to the presenters. Now, the question of dissemination seems to me to be very important, because in general terms, our institutes centralize the production of data, and considerations about who receives the information and how they receive that. And that obviously requires a strategy, as was very adequately presented here. In our institute in Brazil, produces 314 surveys per year, and that is a large amount. And we have doubts about how this information reaches the Brazilian population, or how often it is only received by specific interested persons, especially in the public service. So what is important for us is dissemination, especially when we think about Brazil. The institution disseminates inflation, for example, whatever the figure is, and they go to a market and they mention the price of a product that has increased by 20%, and therefore once people evidence that inflation is not correct, and therefore it's very easy to question official data.
Gracias, muy buenas tardes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Congratulations to INDEC and INEGI for their presentations. A very brief question. We felt that what was especially interesting is the AI tool presented by INDEC of Argentina that enables us to ask questions, and that opens up a wide possibilities that enables us to analyze different variables. Some of the products that we have developed in Penuma and that we have worked with ECLAC has to do with the flow of materials that provides us with a large national aggregate, but that is broken down, and that breakdown enables us to benefit from the information of different sectors. And we can ask many things. We had an experience, for example, with some indicators that we asked about around a report. We obtained many errors. For example, it mentioned upward trends or downward trends, and the system apologized and answered what I wanted them to answer. So the question is, how complex was it for you time-wise to develop this and to test it, bearing in mind that you cannot test every single answer because they are infinite. So we would like to know a little bit about that to see to what extent you can apply a different procedure or estimation of complex calculations such as materials and that kind of thing.
From Spain, and then we can go on to the responses.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentations. I certainly coincide with the importance of communications around statistics and censuses. And very briefly, a very relevant user in statistics is journalists, the press generally. So my question is, how have you worked with the dissemination of census results with the media and with the press at large? Thank you. Well, I will answer. First of all, I'll answer first of all the question on AI. I have a question, but I'll answer that later on. I'll go back to this last question about the press and journalists. We produce a lot of information, issue releases, different bulletins, not only about population, censuses, inflation, statistics related to specific issues. So what is it that we have done? Well, we have a communication strategy. We have an authority within our institute that is in charge of that. And in the case of the press, we contacted them. We conducted surveys and consultations to determine the information that they were seeking in our press releases. And we also have an internet page where we monitor the downloads, the queries, and we can monitor those metrics. And at a more institutional level, we also have user consultative committees and one for academics. So they meet twice a year, and they're presided by the president of the institute, and we invite specialized users, both from academia and non-academics, and there we obtain many information needs. And so they ask us, why didn't you do this? Why did you publish this in the past? And why don't we see it again? So we have detected the need to maintain several products that perhaps for us are not maybe obsolete, but that could be much more innovating, and yet people continue to use them. So we have those contact points in addition to the National Statistical and Geographic Institute and the specialized technical committees for education, health, work, and so on, where we have contact with ministries and also specifically with this communication with the press, and some people actually respond to the surveys. When they are in the INEGI page, they answer questions, and there we obtain information about whether they found what they were looking for or whether we can improve, or the ways in which we can improve our data. That is the way in which we approach them. Well, first of all, on the issue of listening to users, I would say that Within the structure of INDEC, we have an area that is primarily focused on this, to listen to users, to collect information and requests, and based on that, we make decisions. This is a team that has human resources involving 10 or 12 people, roughly, that are in permanent contact with users via email, via the telephone calls, the social media, and also through the publications, through some publications around the census, for example. We have re-edited some of that as a result of queries requested or made or put forward by certain users. So for me, it's fundamental to have a team devoted to maintaining contact with users, to listening to them, and to put all that information in practice. And we also have a separate team that deals with a literacy program, so to speak, in schools and so on, where we explain statistics. We receive schools in INDEC, and therefore everything that we can do to approach users is adequate for us. That is what I would say in terms of general users. After that, we have more specialized users that have contact with the specific areas of the Institute. But in general terms, they always come to us via this general area. For me, it's fundamental to have that permanent ear on what the users are saying and asking for. In terms of the press, well, that depends on what we're doing. And this has to do with the question asked by Spain. Before the census, they were interested in the novelty of the census, the beauty of the census, the romanticism around the census. But after the census concluded, literally the day after the census concluded, the morning after, people said, well, nobody came to see me, the census is useless, databases were stolen and so on. And now we enter into a third stage where the results of the census are there, and they begin to use them, and they begin to ask how to use them. But we must be aware that that is something that will happen to us all, and we must be able to overcome those stages. And especially when to go out and talk in order to counteract some fake news and so on, well, we must be present and do that. And that is part of the balance that we have to strike that I mentioned beforehand. And that happened to us with the journalists. There was a lot of contact with them, lots of WhatsApps. I myself was writing to many journalists because I have some historical contact with them now. And so I write to them and I say, beware of what you're saying because it is a mistake. And after that, you can continue to say whatever you like, but at least I show or I make contact with them. And it takes a lot of time, but it is fundamental. It's not a massive communication strategy, but rather a kind of micro strategy on a one-by-one basis, especially for those or with those that have a greater impact upon public opinion. And obviously, now and again, I invite them to have a coffee and I explain things to them. But I really believe that permanent attention to the press must be present. And often I also use these strategies, these personal contact strategies to overcome certain conflicts that may arise in order to put results to the test. And an example is a recent example with the census results that we published a year ago. What we did with the provinces was to determine local governments. Often this wasn't mentioned as such by the census because it's very difficult to say a city has this number of people because that record doesn't exist in Argentina, and therefore we work with provinces that can provide us with those parameters. And aware that those diagrams contain errors, we still make that known so that we are able to generate a controversy and correct that. And now clearly one has to withstand the fact that at a certain moment in time in some places I am going to receive a lot of criticism, but we must be aware of that. And that is a strategy. Aware, of course, of the different stages of love, hate, and then acknowledgement of the relevance of the data. And how we manage that, well, forms part of the strategy that we have. Now, with regards to artificial intelligence, it didn't take us too much time to program that. We did discover certain key aspects that were fundamental for us. When one uses free or open tools such as GDP, that searches the whole of internet. When one uses paid tools, one can say, well, I can restrict the search to this specific area. And we are able to educate based on that, because otherwise we face the problem of, for example, people would ask, well, what is the population? And the answer would come from ECLAC, from the UN, or from a private party that conducted an estimate, and it mixes everything. And so the first thing is to restrict the field for the search and then follow instructions. We, for example, upload a database with the results. So we also upload the design of the record. So we also upload the whole manual with definitions and how the indices are estimated. All that information that is uploaded into the chat will subsequently help us when a question is asked for the answers to be much more precise. That doesn't mean that it's free of errors, but one limits those errors. And then the training, the more people use this, the more questions are asked, and the more users make corrections, well, it'll learn quickly. And then if we want to learn to use these tools to disseminate data, for me, it has to involve a regional strategy that will enable all of us to contribute to that, because otherwise it will be very costly in terms of resources, in terms of licenses and so on, but also in terms of the time needed to program this. This that I showed you here, it took us a week to program it. It's a limited base with some registries of some variables. And what we do is we program 2 variables, and I add 2 additional ones. I program another 2, then I add another 2. And that is how we gradually build it up. But it is not something that, but we cannot restrict that and add all the information behind that and the manuals to interpret that.
Okay, thank you very much. And this brings us to the end of our panel. I'd like to thank our 2 panelists for your presentations and also for the follow-up conversations, the information that you've shared. I'm sure it's very enlightening for everyone here. And this is an important discussion that will continue and become even more important as we approach the 2030 round of the census. We spoke about having proactive communication strategies, about differentiating our users and catering to their divergent needs. We also spoke about the importance of collaboration, and I thank also the questions. Thank you also for the questions that came following the presentation, because we touched on a couple of other things that I think are very important, which are user feedback and maintaining media relations. So, from here, I think it is very clear that we as NSOs must continue the transition that we've already started from just being producers of data to being communicators and educators, and also this general shift from being inward-centered to being client and user-centered and taking an approach to the work that we do going forward. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muy buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. We will now begin the second session of this afternoon, but first I would like to take the opportunity and thank Don Marco's mother, because we really liked the way that you presented your presentations and took as an example as Uruguay, and is working very well. Very good documents, and we must congratulate Marcos's mother. Well, in fact, everything that will be seen in this session, that we saw something about this morning, everyone who survived a recent census are certain that after this, creativity will flow, because we no longer want to go through the same thing once again. And we see this is the main avenue to speed up and move ahead with our statistical records. And Ecuador already said how they facilitated having been a step ahead with the strategy, and we are all in tune. And that is why I welcome that everyone put this topic up for this afternoon. And of course, we already have examples in the region that will be shared this afternoon. The main aim of this session is to present the progress and challenges in developing statistical population records with a view to the 2030 round. The speakers are Ricardo Vicuña, who is director of the INE in Chile, Piedad Urdinola from the DANE of Colombia, and Diego Arbual, director of INE in Uruguay. So we can begin this session with the first presentation or intervention by Mr. Ricardo Vicuña from Chile. Go ahead, the floor is yours. And also say that in the previous session, you stole a little time from us, so if we could keep these presentations to 15 in order to make up. Thank you.
Perdón, creo que tenemos otra presentación en pantalla. Dinos un segundo, por favor.
It seems that on the screen, this is another presentation.
¿Vamos? ¿No? Sí, mejor.
Perdón el problema técnico. ¿Podríamos comenzar con Colombia para...
Since there's a technical issue, can we begin with Colombia so as not to lose time? Yes, of course. Well, good afternoon, everyone. We're going to share our experience in DANE with our statistical record, or REBP, as we call it at home. In our record, the idea is to collect a lot of information that we have from administrative records in order to have a framework for the population. And we do this following the information that we get from the National Population and Housing Census that will ultimately let us have information that is easier to update and that we may have far more timely information, and so that we can do the demographic analysis that we need for the different variables. And so to have this possible integration between our administrative records and all of this may become a population and person statistical record, we need to transform this. We need to determine the variables that we need for its construction, have a normalization of the data, a cleanup, a validation, anonymization, and the protection of personal data, integration of statistical variables, and finally, coverage and representativity in order to have all the official statistics. To tell you a little about the history, we began in 2010 thinking of this experience based on what northern countries had moved ahead with. Countries that, without a doubt, have statistical systems that are far more mature. And so based on that experience, we began to work. By 2015, we held the first exercises in the island of San Andres and Providencia and Santa Catalina on account of being islands. It seemed that it seemed to be easier to begin working with a smaller population. And so by 2016, we did the first test at a municipality in the continent in Jamundí in the Valley of Cauca, where we have several variabilities. It's a small municipality with many different population types, with significant ethnical and racial differences. By 2017, we had IDB support with the guidelines to implement an integrated population statistic records. And by 2018, we put our basic record together in 2018 to coincide with our population and housing census. So today we have an REBP from 2019 through 2021, which is now undergoing an update with a methodology that we have of information and that we're thinking that we can re-update for the next cycle, 22-23. So what is required for this basic population record? We have many different administrative records to pull, going from civil records of the population, and it is based on that identification of people that we can do this. This morning we heard on whether to ask or not about an ID number. And what this allowed us to move ahead was precisely including the ID number in our 2018 census, and where, although we did not find a perfect match and not the entirety of the population shared the information due to a number of reasons, it did allow us to make the big leap between the way we'd been working before and being able to join this together for 2018. So now we have about 70 administrative records that we were able to obtain through formal requests to public and private organizations, through which here you can see some of them. We began, as I said, with the civil records, but then added on others that made sense. Health coverage in Colombia is almost universal. Today, 96, 97%. And so then we did other records relevant for a general people record. Vital statistics, surveys, social security, vaccination, migration, territorial records, and then we began with other topics such as disabilities or victims. So here we have all these different administrative records can be put together with the population and housing census data that we had collected in 2018. And so based on that we have the residence information, and so we can cross-match the administrative records, our population database, and so have the basics of this base person's record. In the first column, we have the IDs, which are key to have this record. ID number, full name, date of birth, gender on birth, place of birth, civil status, age, phone number, email, and the civil status of the person and date of their death. And then you have attributes and are able to put together the population record and being able to add other information. As you can see to the right, the next three columns are related to the residence definition of the household, the building, and the location. It is important to say that DANE has a very sound regulatory framework for the collection and collecting of data from public and private entities. There are laws that protect the sources of the data. Law 79 of 1993 that refers to the statistical reserve, and that is ratified under Law 2335 of 2023. Where we already have our law for statistics, as we call it at DANE, and that gives DANE the power to be the guiding entity of the census in Colombia. And so we have all guidelines for the production of information. Now, within the framework of these processes to put together our REBP, we have 4 stages. The first one, where we have supplier management, we have a regulatory and conceptual framework. We need to determine the objectives and clearly determine how many administrative records are going to be included, the information to be extracted from the administrative records so as to turn it into statistical information, and also have a clear protocol regarding information based on the primary sources of these administrative records. In a second stage, we have the collection of information. Here, it's very important to deposit the files with a storage disk and to know the status of these records, how many have been damaged, how many in good state of repair. And then to do all this, what we need is to have an investment in technological infrastructure. This cannot be done while we're thinking only of sensor data production in the traditional way. That is why we need to make these investments in technological infrastructure. In the third stage, we have ETL, standardization, validation of the data, and there we seek to have a quality control of the data. And, well, all of these quality processes that will lead us to find the anomalies and continue with the stabilization of the processes following the structure of DANE. And then we see the domains of each variable and we do a quality control with success and we proceed to the integration.
Otherwise, we simply go back to the first step and then we form we have the integration of data, records, deterministic, probabilistic aspects, and again, we have quality control with a consolidation process on a table where we fill all the information. For this process, we make all the data anonymous. And we do this by masking, and finally, we arrive at the original data, which is used in the different apps. All the results obtained there are useful to answer most of the questions, and basically this offers us demographics. You have all the information on the DANE's website. And I'd like to stress this technological component. It is maintained and we advance with technology. It is part of the national statistics system, and we are fortunate to be working with all the players, but we have the different forms of statistical production with all the technologies that are at our disposition at this point in our country and that are feeding these records. We need to work by saying, okay, with this kind of data, you give us the information. No, the idea is to see what we can do and what we can't. There are different rhythms. So we must be able to receive this information in any format that it is being produced. In terms of the technological component, we have the FSM, which is the DBSM, excuse me, where you have the administrative records and the collection, extraction, and processing of the data. Here, I'd also like to show you the challenges that we are facing nowadays. And the idea is to find the records, see how we've carried out the population and housing censuses. It has some advantages and disadvantages. The direct interview in this context presents many challenges. One of them is to reach the 100% of the population of the territory. all of the units make it very challenging. And this could be a tool that could help us solve such issues. We face cultural issues, psychosocial, administrative even, or the normal development of censuses. And this is not just in Colombia, it happens in many other countries of the region. So this is a way in which we can supplement the information that we are collecting. There is no doubt that there are many challenges. And as Americans say, we will be finding a single reply. There isn't only one way to solve them. This is one of the ways in which we can solve the need. So there are traditional surveys and interviews, and we have many other challenges that we'll probably be addressing in this process. So with these challenges, we also have from the very beginning, we formed our first rep and the population volume. There are specific differences and some specific ranges of age, both sexes, men and women. We also have in some parts of the country, we have other services, and these are the places of difficult access where we see it is complex to include any other service of the state. And that's why I was saying that it's difficult to find a single solution to these problems. We cannot have full coverage. The important thing is to manage the precision of data and have data that are as clear and precise as possible, access to, such as having access to social services. Another thing that is important is opportunity, the speed of opportunity. We can have partial updates, and we don't really require any mass collection of information. Another important thing is what we've seen in housing and population censuses. These do not allow us to do follow-up to individuals, and the basic records do allow for it, so then we can verify migrant patterns, mortality, and birth rates. And all that can be done through this record. Thank you. Thank you, Piedad. Traditional census and records do not compete. They supplement each other. That is what she has shown us. We will now leave you with Ricardo Vicuña. He is the director of INE in Chile. Thank you. It's important to take a look at the administrative records as a supplement to the traditional means. The experience that we've all endured with the census is that we are more convinced of the need to vary the way in which we collect and obtain this information. I wanted to reflect on a couple of things before I go into the Chilean experience. This is a very good time. We're having a round with all the countries. It's important to talk about the importance of advancing with the methodology. It is easy to share the importance of working on the methodology when we've had to invest enormous financial and budget resources to carry out a traditional census. And when you compare it to other administrative systems, there is a huge difference for those who can fund these operations. In the second place, it's important to take advantage of the idea that now that we're starting this round in the 30s, this is a mid to long-term process, and we need to start looking for funding and the resources to arrive at the goal of using them partially or as a form of contrast to the traditional census system. We shouldn't lose track of this because they are medium to long-term projects, and sometimes it is difficult to keep them on the radar of authorities. It's important to seize the moment and do this long-term, medium to long-term planning and have intermediate products because it's difficult to justify investments on these medium to long-term projects because they're difficult to explain. And sometimes we're left with the idea that it's impossible, and it doesn't really vary things for the round of 30, and then you have to wait till the round of 40. It is not easy to sell to those who could help us move forward in these matters. In the institutional context, we have considered this for a couple of years as a priority, institutional priority, to have an integrated data system with administrative records. And we have 2022 and 2026 in our strategic planning. We have been working on building this population registry. We are a decade behind other countries in the region, so we find ourselves in the situation we're starting to build this registry a couple of years ago. We see this as a very important step for the future. And we've seen in practice how it is a very good mechanism to contrast the results on site using administrative records. For example, what we did in the morning, the use of the registry of residents and families. It is used for granting subsidies, especially during the pandemic. We saw it. There was a survey of the residents in order to provide subsidies. It's a very good database that helps us compare advances and compare with the results that we're seeing with the census. Now, how was this done? We've seen 4 stages. First, prioritizing and organizing the administrative records in order to include them in this REP, the statistical population registry, and then the design and approval of methodology, validation rules, quality assessments, and processes to apply. Then having a platform that will help us physically create the registry, and finally, population and socio-demographic characteristics of the residents. So just to share some stages of what we've been doing. First, it's important to have access to these nominated administrative records. We will have access given the secrecy clause, statistical secrecy clause that we must respect, and we have our nominated administrative records. This is done with an interinstitutional process. It's not that easy, though. Sometimes, and I can tell you, we have some agreements of information already transferred from the Civil Registry Service. We have the National Health Fund for NASA, that is the public health system, and then Social Security statistics from the Superintendency of Social Security. These three allow us to match and cross some information in order to work on this registry.
There are some underway for quite some time, I would say. Ministry of Education, how many years? 10 years. We are trying to find those resources. We are still in the process. Then Ministry of Health has a lot of information that can provide us. The electoral system, especially information at territorial level. So that's the important challenge: access and transfer of records or registries. Now, then, of course, all that is concerning ongoing continuous learning. There we have bilateral meetings, expert visits. For example, we went to INE of Uruguay last year, active participation in fora and international and national events. Then the third stage is the main concepts and definitions of the different variables and registries, contacts with our vendors or providers of information, and a series of preliminary reports and internal debates that have been carried out. Something else that's very important we are working on right now is selection of quality indicators. You know, administrative records have a lot of imperfections. They are not raised for statistical purposes only, so quality control needs to be incorporated. And therefore, at this moment, we have identified some identifiers or indicators of quality, and we have included them in our databases. For example, indicators like quality of the input we receive in the different registries, delay in delivery of registries, compliance, metadata, error percentage, and then the indicators of the quality of the process and results. So we have the coding rate, the division rate. There are several indicators that can be used or indices for this purpose of quality. And then comes the most interesting stage, I would say, which is processing and integration of the large data volumes. In Chile, fortunately, we have one single taxpayer ID that we have. It's of very good quality, high coverage, so it is tremendous help for these databases. And we are increasing identifiers for foreigners as well. It's a special ID number, and with this we have, or we can include this other segment, which are foreigners living in the country. And tell you that last year we conducted one first exercise to integrate in a deterministic manner 1 month using the national tax ID, taxpayer ID, and we are integrating the whole year of 2023. It is highly deterministic, not only the tax ID, but also names and date of birth. And next year, we hope to have some exercises with new integration methods, probabilistic and deterministic as well, and with the territorial focus. It is there where we have an enormous challenge of taking admin data to the site, to the regional and communal territories. And thus, with validation rules, improve and criteria of life science. With this, we need to increase the information of administrative records through new agreements. And also underway there is a request to have experts that can feed back our present integration process and thus generate deterministic and probabilistic integration capacities. And finally, to have a platform, a technology platform in order to integrate all of this. The National Statistical institutes or offices, I speak on behalf of Chile, are not that prepared nor funded in order to really bear or support a technological platform and the whole width in order to store all the admin records needed in order to supplement or replace a traditional census with these registries, records. So the challenge is enormous, technological and financing. Also, there's collaborative work that I would like to underscore, and we are collaborating with the lab data of INEGI. They're helping us in the Lago Datos in order to conceptualize the platform. Once we have migrated the platform, hopefully the database will have been migrated during 2025. And at the same time, modernize data governance. And it's also a major challenge from the point of view of institutions. The paradigm of managing administrative registries with nominated persons presents a lot of challenges as to confidentiality, governance, access, and care of inside the institution. So I finished this with one main idea, and that is it's an important challenge. It's a priority and calls for sustained and coordinated effort of multidisciplinary teams. What's important is to be mindful that this is a good cause. We are all convinced after experiences suffered of interviewing from north to south, reaching out to the most frozen territories. Then you start saying cost benefit, this ethical effort. But in the 21st century, you should be thinking that maybe it could be done in an admin registries based, but being supplemented with AI and different sources and methods and technologies. So that's it. Thank you. Thank you, Ricardo, for respecting time, highly efficient. And in fact, with the presentation of Mr. Ricardo, the clear roadmap Chile has, and especially the first exercises, at least we as a country, we are just very incipient beginning as strategic allies for anything you may build with these. And now Mr. Diego Boal, Director of INE of Uruguay, to share with us the experience of that country working with population records or registries. Good afternoon. Thank you, Norma. I will focus in the uses of the population statistical registries. I will refer also to its construction, but mainly illustrate the potential of these population statistical registry to have a registry-based census. We have a population count already based on these registries, and also the possibility of using it with the traditional obtention of information. I will focus rather on this latter because the other colleagues focused on the construction of these registries. Can you move ahead, please? How can I do it? There. There it is. In fact, the population statistical registry is part of what we call the integrated system of statistical registries and surveys. It's a broader with population, property, and companies and other entities as well. So this is broader and is allowing to generate other statistics based on administrative records. For example, statistics of the formal labor market. We regularly publish that. And also statistics of company population. This was a mere snapshot in that the population basic registry, the yellow part there on top, is integrated with other registries which are non-population. And this is what we have built in our INE. Now, as to the population statistical registry, the source, the main source, is the integrated system of information of the social area, which is mainly encompassing 62 administrative registries of Uruguay. Data, for example, coming from Social Security or social plans or education data. Data coming from public health or health. So this is the most powerful registry indeed. But at the same time, INE adds some additional ones, like registries in connection with migration and others. So it's a big system that includes and integrates many different registries. This integrated system of information on the social area is quite mature, I'd say, more than a decade old. And therefore, it is an important source of information to build population statistical registries. Let us go to one of the uses of this population statistical registry, which is the census based on administrative registries. In parallel to the traditional census, we conducted this pilot census based on admin records. In fact, specific funds were allocated for this and was implemented in parallel to the traditional census. The purpose is to evaluate coverage and quality of the traditional census as well as that based on registries, and therefore examine possible gaps between one and the other and discrepancies. The key element there was the inclusion of the question of ID in the 2023 census. Leonardo was mentioning this earlier on, with a high response rate of more than 90% to this inclusion question of an ID document. The longer-term objective is to have annual updates of the census information, mainly as to population counting from here on to the future. In this, we are working with the support of the United Nations Statistics Division. We are also having support from the INE of Norway, Statistics Norway, in relation to the registry-based census. This is part of the feedback that the UN Statistics Division provides to Uruguay, and it highlights that this pilot census is a landmark as to, it's a milestone as to the input that is generating. Of course, there is a lot to be improved and learned, but we have a good starting point, and a population census based on registries with its many strengths. As mentioned before, we worked with the Norway INE, with the National Statistical Office, and they prepared a mission report, diagnosis and recommendations of this register-based census. Chile did this in the previous talk, saying that it's possible to advance and move forward quite fast. We began this in 2020. In 2020, we are working are talking about a work of 5 years. Of course, we had this social area information integrated register. It was an important starting point, yes, or platform, that is. But it's possible the people from Statistics Norway highlighted the very rapid progress in order to reach these results. And this is because technology allows this today. Perhaps Norway or Finland, it took them 20, 30 years, but they began in the 70s or 80s, and it is possible to move fast.
I would like to say something positive about this situation. And here I would like to show you, I don't know if you can see this properly, but basically what we did, based on the integration of several or different records, we were able to establish a hub of persons of 6 million people. That, of course, integrates people that are residents, immigrants, people that have already died, and people for whom there is no sign of or no details about their lives. So what we do is to generate a geographic location for these people. And in 65% of the cases, we're able to do that based on an address. The other 35% is distributed by locating them at a street level, at a city level, at a state level, and also at a country level. Now, these are, of course, very important elements in order to have a records-based census, the ability to attach an address to them. And part of the work that we do is that with these 6 million people is to determine who are residents, who have migrated, who have died, and for whom we have absolutely no data. And once we conclude this process, one is able to establish an estimated population of around 3.5 million. Now, these 3.5 million rely on certain assumptions about how to identify signs of life, because this is obviously a key element in this sense, and estimations may vary in accordance with these exercises. But all that forms part of the work that we have conducted. I would like to say that in the exercises conducted at the end of last year, in last year's version, in the November 23 version, the differences between the estimated population via the traditional census and the population record was less than 1%. And this has changed in the different exercises that we have conducted this year. Improving signs of life and conducting feedback exercises between one census and the other. If for 65% of the people, we're able to locate them perfectly at the level of an address of where they reside. And this has a tremendous potential, both as a record-based census in itself, but also as in terms of using this census combined with a traditional census. I don't know if I have a lot of time left. 3 minutes? Okay. And anyway, everyone is a little bit tired by now. So, what I wanted to show you This is relatively old data, a November 2023 version, but here you can see the population pyramid of the census versus the population pyramid as a result of the population registry. I don't know if you can see the difference in the colors, but in the peaks, you'll find that at certain ages, there are some differences. And of course, this has a very big potential, especially when it comes to determining at what age, for example, we are experiencing higher levels of rejection to the census, where the records-based census can have an over coverage or an under coverage. And this basically enables us to establish this information. 2 minutes, 2 minutes, and I conclude. I would like to show you here the other app that Uruguay is working on. And here we are working on this with the support of the New Zealand Statistical Office and also with the UN Statistical Office. Now, what you see here is the census data matrix, basically. In the rows, you find individuals, and in the columns, you find variables. Now, we have the traditional census depicted in green and the records-based census illustrated in blue. As you can see, the records-based census has more rows than the census based on the interviews. Now, this, of course, refers to the fact that there is normally non-responses and omissions in the censuses. But interview-based censuses are wider in the sense that they include more variables, and that is why there are some columns in white at the end of the blue. Now, having these two things enables us to conduct an exercise of supplementing this information where we find vacuums. And this is something that you can see. Notice that the white parts of the green census is where we have data that has not been collected during the interviews. However, in administrative records, we do find information there about those individuals that were not interviewed. At least age, gender, and residence, which are the most basic variables that one has based on administrative records, but this would also include other variables. And therefore, that bottom part in blue, opposite the part in white in the green area, is where one can establish or create or build a combined census. This is my last slide. Here, what I am doing is to show you the type of exercise that we can conduct with these two sources of information. Notice that in the first arrow at the top, you'll see the traditional approach used in our censuses. Normally, we have a population that has been for which we have collected information, and normally we have three sources of omissions or people that have not been surveyed. The first one are people that work in dwellings where we know that people were there, but there were non-responses. But we also have population that reside in dwellings that were not visited. And these are dwellings that were left out. And then we have a third source that is a population that were not enumerated in enumerated dwellings. Normally, what the common practice enables is that in the second column, in the central column, what we do is to create we create dummy persons based on the characteristics of their neighbors. And what enables us to have a records-based census? Well, that enables us to have an approach when it comes to the three central rectangles in this slide. Not only the people that reside in dwellings where we knew there were non-respondents, but also the other two. And these are not invented persons, dummy persons. They are real people in inverted commas because they come across in our administrative records. And that is what we're working on right now in Uruguay, as mentioned, together with the New Zealand Statistical Office and together with the UN Statistical Office, and also with the support of UNFPA. I know that they have worked on this in the Uruguayan census, and this enables us to reach a total estimated resident population and to characterize them. In the past, we were only able to characterize the first two rectangles, but now we're able to also characterize rectangles 3 and 4, at least when it comes to certain variables, normally age, gender, and place of residence. That's as far as I would like to go. Thank you. Thank you, Diego. Great work by Uruguay, and I highlight what he said. And on a positive note, he said that it was possible to do this and to do this very quickly. But what is the reality of Uruguay? What is the history that they have when it comes to their records? And obviously, we find there a gap if that is compared to other countries. Chile also has experience in this sense and shows that this can be done quickly and with technology. My last slide. We are, maybe you can show this last slide again, together with the IDB, together with UNEP, ECLAC, and CELADE, we are organizing a workshop that will be held in workshop between the 7th and the 11th of October. And you are all invited to it. Maybe you've already received an invitation to discuss register-based censuses and combined censuses. There will be very important people present and from different parts of the world, so it'll be very interesting. And it's not a seminar. It is a workshop to work with data and to look at concrete things. And therefore, those of you that are interested, please send us an email to our statistical office, and we will welcome you at this workshop. Thank you very much. Maybe we could have a 10-minute moment before the coffee break for some interventions? We need a lot of time to discuss, and Diego has already mentioned that we can talk about these issues. Please ask of the floor. Fabiana. Thank you. Very briefly. Now, why is it that we are also contributing to this effort by Uruguay? Because undoubtedly, we would like to highlight that the strengthening of registries or records is fundamental as a supplementary input or in order to advance to registry-based censuses. Having said this, we must also think that the region is at the same time very heterogeneous. And that is a fundamental point. Yes, we began in 2020, but the registry that you had from me there, which I got to know in 2014, was already extremely good. And therefore, perhaps you already had entered into political or institutional agreements. And therefore, our role is to analyze how countries, and that is why we have chosen you for this panel, and we congratulate Chile, Colombia, and Uruguay because you show us that it is possible. But when we look at the region as a whole, even today in some countries, we are suffering because we don't even have quality when it comes to two fundamental registries, which is the statistics on births and deaths. And therefore, when one looks at this with a historical 70-year horizon, yes, fundamental statistics are important. Progress has been made, but we still have weaknesses, not only in terms of coverage, that I reiterate, we acknowledge that a lot of progress has been done there, but when one begins to disaggregate this with the variables that we require in registries, and I would like to mention just one registry, vital statistics, when we wish to establish indicators required by the 2030 agenda in terms of analyzing infant mortality, maternal mortality, teenage pregnancies, and so on, for indigenous Afro-descendants, disabled people, territories, and so on. That is where registries, even in countries with adequate coverage, begin to show weaknesses, and therefore we have to strengthen records, registries. Yes, undoubtedly, we do have to do that. But in parallel to that, let us not have the expectation that by 2030 we will be in the same position as Uruguay. And that is where we have to be responsible and think about those other countries that are not at the level of Uruguay or of Chile or of Colombia, and therefore think about their alternatives, how we can all make progress without leaving no one behind.
Fabiana, tenemos a Honduras.
Thank you, Fabiana. We have Honduras and then Argentina. Thank you. Greetings to everyone. It is a pleasure to be here once again. What comes to mind? Especially in our case, because in Honduras, we've not yet done the census. We said we're going to do it last year, this year, we say we're going to do it next. It all has to do with changing the chip, I believe, and that countries that also included the ID number don't need to wait for the next census. And we hear the positive note by Uruguay that there is hope you can do it quickly. But in other countries, we're light years away from the northern countries. Thing is that if we don't do it now, we're going to have to wait for another 10 years to do it. And so our life goes by, and maybe we will not even be here to see it. So I think it is important to begin changing the chip and detracting from the political nuances. The This is going next year is an electoral year. So that, yes, is the difficulty. But so if we do not do it now, we're going to be eaten away by time and our life will fly by. So it is clear there are some countries that are lagging behind. But if we do not change the chip and ask for the ID number, we will never do it. So I think that this is a matter of discussion. Yes, but we need to convince, not the statistical offices, but if we ourselves, no, let's not ask it because it's a delicate issue. And if you had, Diego had a 90% optimism in this, so, and achieving it. But the thing is that if you don't do it, and if you yourself, before you even step out of the door, already say no, then you'll never do it. Thank you. So we have Argentina, then Panama, and I think that with that we will end. Rolando. Then we will end the interventions in this session. Argentina. Thank you. 2 questions. One, a concern, and the other is if, in case anyone would like to answer. The concern, clearly to have records, you need the legislation in favor. But then also, and I believe Ricardo mentioned it, you have the different agreements that you must reach with the agencies, the various agencies, so that despite the legislation, get them to give you the data. This requires agreements. And my concern there is, now, what is the counterpart here that we give all this? And if we have a counterpart, we begin to share information. At what point will the statistical office not end up having an image of, okay, they're controlling me, especially with social issues or more tax or related or financial issues? And so, of course, if the tax authority begins to say, okay, but you give me the cross matches. And so then they're no longer anonymous cross matches. This has to do with their databases. So at what point you say, how do we communicate that, no, we are not controlling, we're not doing oversight, But we need to somehow be able to offset the fact that they're sharing their data with us. And I think that this is something that also Ricardo mentioned, but all three speakers did speak about it. And that has to do with the quality of the administrative record data. Do you have any rules of procedure or standards of quality that you have recorded when you do the population records? Because maybe sharing those standards, those mechanisms for quality control, automations, and so on, could also help the rest. So, okay, let's do it based on this, because we have a ground on which to do that. Panama, and then Rolando from ECLAC. Yes, thank you. Definitely, this is for us a challenge. This of supplementing the administrative records and our traditional strategies for censuses, especially because each time more we have countries that are going through situations of insecurity. We cannot come in with in person, because these are complex areas, red areas where our staff could not enter on account of security issues. Often, these places are critical. And so it is important to continue talking about this, yes, and training the statistical institutes, and the organizations that have to do with the censuses with regard to these strategies to help us supplement the data, and with a much deeper approach to the quality of the administrative records, which is precisely what will give us the backing and the assurance that we are taking administrative records that are valid to supplement this with the data from the censuses. And then the initiatives that have already been done to see this not only from the viewpoint of the records as such, but also the mapping. Also, there are initiatives that have been carried out, and we've taken part in some, regarding calculations in small areas, but using data, the digital mapping, and with certain models to estimate areas where precisely, for us, the complex areas with a high level of insecurity. So we've taken a step ahead in the sense that decades back, there was no mention of this complexity. But yes, now we are. So I think the step is positive in order to continue improving these variables that in the census could help us. For example, the personal ID, and helping us to move towards the complementarity of these records. Thank you, Rolando, and with that we will end. Thank you. I wanted to say that, well, these three presentations have been very interesting, and also the comments on the theme and the use of administrative records. And that, as Marco said, and Fabiana, there are different levels, situations in countries of the region. But here, this is an area that we've wanted to highlight at ECLAC, and that is the relevance of meeting the fundamental principles of statistics, and that this has to do with the independence, the technical independence of the statistical offices and the coordinators of the national statistical systems, in the measure that the statistical offices in our countries can be the coordinators of the national information systems. They will be able to capture and have the facilities in order to have access to these administrative records, which are very useful to mix and use together with census data. So this is essential, not leave this in merely good intentions without any technical support. In the measure that we have that strength and the national statistical offices in countries have that support by governments to be the coordinators of the national statistical system, that is what will determine that we will be able to move ahead in these processes of the complementarity of the information and moving towards a better use of these administrative records than what we have today. So, well, I thank you very much, and I thank you that you've been able to organize this session, because really it has been very interesting. Colombia and Uruguay have shared hope, Chile, the roadmap, and Fabiana has brought us down to ground. So I thank all speakers. Thank you very much. Oh, yes. And yes, sorry. Since your presentation was 100%, we give you the floor. Just to respond to our colleagues, in relation to what was asked by Honduras, if we do not have the ideas, we cannot move ahead. I think we can. You say, well, this first column, we have a number, the ID number, the names, the surnames, and the phone numbers. And this linking of the information could serve to move ahead. Clearly, yes, for us, it has been a great step having the ID in the census. But nevertheless, you can move ahead without that personalized identification. And in terms of what the colleague from Argentina said, and the IM1, and I call on Rolando, whether we should or not have a counterpart. The counterpart is the quality of the statistical figures. That's it. Now, in the measure that we do have that capacity to enjoy that credibility and that the statistics that we are producing at our statistical offices are of good quality, that in itself is the good counterpart. We must begin to believe in the work we are doing. And another very important thing is that the quality of the figures that we're gathering based on these records of the other public or private entities, they're also interested in seeing them and having them. They want quality records, and we are somehow certifying the statistical quality with comparison with what is being done by other entities. And so each time there is more and more interest in other public and private institutions. So it is a win-win situation for all. They gain in terms of having better statistical quality, and we gain when we're able to get that information. Thank you. Thank you. And now a big round of applause.
Minutos de receso.
So a few minutes for the coffee break. Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Hi, good afternoon. As organization really followed Vanessa Williams, it saved the best for last about quality of census and different approaches from the strategic and communication perspectives. Throughout the day, we have been listening about the experiences that our country in the region have had on different topics like innovations and also some challenges that we have had to face in the 2020 census round. Likewise, in several fora, international and regional ones, as well as today, we have heard reasons related to challenges that for different reasons are linked to the collection of primary data of persons, households, among others. What we are seeing is that this is running counter one of the four main principles of censuses, and that is universality. So the idea, they're questioning how we address the census data strategies, and we know that with the support of international agencies, we are working towards that reality and face, as I was saying this morning, that in Dominican Republic, we are calling it management of complexity in view of uncertain scenarios. Although there have been a series of contingencies against universality, it's also true that the pandemic of COVID-19 added another set of challenges and opportunities to our countries, and that we have managed and leveraged as the use of technology. So in addition to these problems, there are content errors. Therefore, the combination of these translate into census where the number of households tends to be ever higher. At the same time, the quality of the information shows some weaknesses. As to underlying objectives, it is imperative and necessary to measure the census mission that after enumeration, there has to be a survey on quality and coverage of the census. Decades ago, United Nations showed interest in this subject, where in its document of principles and recommendations in 1958 suggested that in the publication of final results of census, and I'm quoting, you should indicate in detail all methods used to evaluate how the data are complete. If possible, you need to estimate the information about certain characteristics studied throughout the enumeration process. To see all these topics in detail, we'll have a discussion panel on census coverage and quality, considering different approaches, strategy, operational, and communicational. And we will understand from different countries what strategies, resources they have used. And for this, we have Gabriel Mendez, who was in charge of the coverage and quality survey, Sofia Mora from Costa Rica, and Roberto Castillo from Ecuador, and they will present these experiences. We will have different dynamics here. There are no PowerPoint presentations, only a series of questions that I will be raising to the different panel members. And I would like to begin with the first one. For each one of you, it is a combo. It's one that becomes two, and that is to ask you if in the case of your countries, was there a project or program of evaluation of coverage and quality of the census? And what were the challenges in the design and implementation of these censuses? You have 7 minutes to answer to these two-fold questions. Brazil. Good afternoon, everyone. I have just joined the team of forecast of Celade, but Director Diverger had to leave and asked me to tell you about the experience when he was in Berger and present about coverage and quality. Initially, I think that there is a quality control issue of the census. And in that sense, technology supported us very much with, for example, uh, information systems, DMC, real-time supervisors. Agents already had the information in real time in order to monitor it. And that was most helpful. And with the satellite images also. So it was very useful, all that information. The main subject is who are those persons that will analyze that information. So helps to obtain this information, but then you need to have people. And technology doesn't do supervision or control. It's persons that do it. In Brazil, one challenge was, for example, we have 450,000 census sectors. So you had satellite images with information about the housing, the households, the routes or roads of census takers for 450,000 sectors. So it's an enormous challenge. Quality control during the operation or during the process. And the other issue is measurement of quality. And so a quality evaluation project was created that following international recommendations, it was included in the census project. And that was important. So in 2018, that census evaluation project was designed. It included the post-census survey, demographic analysis, and different analysis. So all that was included in a budget. Following recommendations, there was a specific budget for post-census survey. And if you measure that in different countries, but the evaluation is that it's not very expensive survey. It's proportional to the sample size. So it is worth the while, the cost, because of the enormous benefit it brings. So Liberger evaluated the census directly and indirectly with this post-census survey and demographic reconciliation or matching. It was positive. The integration of all those techniques was most positive. And therefore, because of past experiences, there was a team conducting the demographic analysis and the other one with the post-census survey. And if you had different results, each one defended its own results. And it was difficult to reach a conclusion in that case. They tried to work, or the teams tried to work together, those that did the analysis with different techniques. And I think if the results of the post-census survey was incorporated in the demographic reconciliation, different techniques, but it's possible to use the advantages of each one. The demographic analysis serves more nationally speaking, but demographic conciliation is more difficult to do it subnationally because of a lack of information about migration. So it was very important to have the combination of the two sources, different teams that work together. That was the idea of the project, and it was published last week. Results of the projection or forecast, as well as the post-census survey. It was the same day, same event, but it's something complex to publish or publicly assume the coverage error of a census. I mean, there is an issue of communication that needs, it's interesting to discuss. but it's achieved with transparency to communicate and convey that as all census, there are issues or problems, but with transparency and showing the positive side of doing an evaluation to present to the users forms of improving the interpretation of results. And evaluation in general does not or does not invalidate the results of the census, rather strengthens them. And something else that was always said in IBGE is that the institution doing the census is the one producing the critical analysis of the census data, so that the institution proper will produce an evaluation about its data so as not to give room to other institutions or groups to make those criticisms. So it's this that statistical institution to have the initiative and doing a critical analysis of its own statistical production. Because if it doesn't fill that space, other institutions or people can come in, and the INES are the institutions that can do it because they know the work. And there you need to strengthen technical teams. So for all this work, you need expertise, training, statistically, and data analysis. And it's not something that is produced immediately. So you need to keep on training the teams, which is something ongoing, should be permanent always. So that would be the strategy in terms of quality control and evaluation and coverage of Brazil. Thank you. Thank you, Gabriel. Sophia? In the case of Costa Rica, a survey was not planned as to coverage or quality, as it was the case in Brazil. It's not a practice conducted in our country. However, other tools were considered. Firstly, digital cartography, that for the first time had each home geo-referenced each of the structures in general, and that enabled us to have a base in order to know the coverage of the houses or households. And also a system was published that would allow us to follow up in real time interviews and the monitoring of houses with complete interviews or those that were missing. This system worked to some extent. It didn't work as we had expected. Therefore, we had to decide for another tool, which was a map viewer. It was RG Online, and where we had this monitoring with the information that was transferred from the database.
In our case, as you know, the coverage was 61%, and therefore 39% for housing. And that means that coverage or the omission was also very evident. And in consequence, we did not need to implement more specific measures to get to know the issue of coverage. But the population issue was also very important, especially what is being used in our country is a demographic calculation, and that was done in using administrative records in terms of births, deaths, and the database of the Authority on Migration. And thus we estimated the population, and I think we will talk about that later on, but that was the estimation that has been disseminated so far. Now, in terms of quality, what is also very important is that we planned a whole series of bulletins that were going to be sent to supervisors during the field operations, and with the information that was transferred, that identified a whole series of indicators that provided us with an idea of the situation of each area. For example, if there was a concentration of single dwellers in a household, that could seem strange, or households without children, or households without older persons. If there were strange things, we generated a bulletin with green, yellow, and red warning lights, and that was sent to the supervisor. The supervisor, in his or her manual and instructions, had indications of what to do whenever these warning lights were appeared. Unfortunately, we again could not implement that because the transfer of information was not done in a timely basis. And when we had the opportunity of sending those bulletins out, well, we simply didn't have enough time for decisions to be made out in the field. Now, what we also planned was to add into the National Household Survey a whole set of questions enabling us to link census cases with the household survey, primarily the ID number, which is something that we added, and that was fundamental both in the census and also in the household survey. Now, that enabled us to establish links, and in those cases where we established a link, we were able to establish the precision or the accuracy of the responses, and thus we established important variables such as gender, age, or the number of members of the household. And now we also did that with the database belonging to the Civil Registration Office, and that enabled us, based on that ID number, to validate those important variables. Something which is also important when it comes to quality issues. Now, what challenges did we face? Well, in addition to planning important tools to measure coverage, a challenge was to decide what to do when it becomes evident that there is low coverage and how to make decisions. This is something that we have discussed today, how to make decisions out in the field immediately so that that coverage is improved. And we made many decisions, such as extending the period to collect information, to hire enumerators for a longer period of time, and to send specialized enumerators from INEC to specific areas. Well, different types of actions that obviously improved the coverage, but that was not sufficient, and we had to conclude that operation. But that undoubtedly is the biggest challenge, in my opinion. Thank you, Sofia Roberto. Thank you, Sofia, and Roberto has the floor. Thank you, Miosotis. Please repeat the question. There was a project or program to evaluate the quality of census, the quality of the census, and what was the main challenges in terms of its design and implementation. And you have 7 minutes for that. I'll try to answer in a shorter period of time. The answer is yes. It was done, and no. In terms of evaluating coverage, in my first reflection, well, post-census surveys are neither the solution, because one doesn't know which tool to believe, the census or the survey. And we learned this in detail when we sat down with the technicians from INEGI of Brazil to determine how this actually works. In Ecuador, historically, a useful post-census survey was never conducted after the 2010 census that was done. And I know this because of the technicians that participated in the 2010 census. And the answer is yes, we did that. But at the end of the day, the information or the quality of that post-census survey was not good enough to make decisions. And we instead chose an independent evaluation of population projections. In this round, we planned this. We worked on that, but given the problems with insecurity, attrition, and so on during the data collection period, we had to decide whether to conclude that or go out and conduct the post-census survey. We phoned colleagues who had conducted post-census surveys, and the answer was very quickly. If the period to conduct the post-census survey is more than 3 months away from the census, you'll be in trouble because you will not be able to distinguish which one of the instruments is actually adequate to measure emissions. And we made a difficult decision of not conducting a post-census survey, but rather to focus on the data collection period in these areas which were very difficult to access. And the second part of the question, if in 2010 we had a robust population projection, in 2022 we had one that was far more robust. Our population projections involved 3 years of work with CELADE, whom I again would like to thank for the technical assistance that we received, but we obtained 240 sources of information, and we brought together, or we digitalized all administrative records between 1950 and 1990, and given these sources of information, we eventually realized that population projections was an instrument as solid and, in our view, even stronger than the post-census survey. And as I mentioned during my introduction, now with the base population record, we have an additional source which enables us to confirm that the estimations of these methods enable us to be very solid in terms of determining the level of emissions in this population census. I hope that in the following questions, well, we will have more questions, Miosotis. Okay. To discuss these conceptual issues regarding coverage, emissions, and so on, that are all very important to discuss here. Thank you, all of you, for your excellent use of time. And out of the first 3 interventions, we have seen that there is no single recipe. Each country, based on what they have found, or based on their situation, implemented the strategies that through which they tried to ensure the quality of the census, and especially in the investments that our countries had made for these processes. I'll ask a new question for Brazil, for Gabriel. Ignacio mentioned this morning the issue of recruitment, but we would like to know which mechanisms you had foreseen in order to tackle an eventual increase of time of enumerators, flexible budgets, extra budgets, contingency budgets, whether you have some type of knowledge about that. Well, at the beginning, as a strategy, and we had to deal with very inflexible legislation, so everything was planned in advance, and people out in the field said, no, we must have a special rule for the census. The way in which the public sector operates in Brazil does not work well, because we had sought to hire 180,000 public officials, and Nigeria has 7,000 members of the staff and has worked like that for many years. And in one day or overnight, we had to hire 180,000 people, and the laws were not ready for this, and nor did we have the systems in place in order to do this. So in that sense, at the beginning of the census, we faced problems with this issue in order to make the payments at the beginning, and therefore that can lead to reactions from society, from enumerators who are people in the world of the social media. And so this comes out in the social media, something that we discussed this morning. So it is published in the social media that they're not getting paid on time and that type of thing. And I don't know whether that was adequately planned or not, or whether these reactions had been foreseen, and therefore we were forced to make decisions, and thus we lost some enumerators at the beginning. Let's see. There was also a change as a result of the pandemic. And so we conducted a process for the 2020 census. Then we faced the pandemic. That was changed for 2021. But in 2021, that opened the possibility for enumerators to apply. And therefore, we underwent a process of hiring enumerators in 2021. And after that, the census was again changed or pushed forward to 2022. And therefore, the credibility of the process was somewhat undermined. That was one of the problems. And as a result of simple maths, we needed 180,000 people to conduct this work in 3 months. And I don't have the exact figures now, but we hired if we hire 90,000 people, that this process will take 6 months and not 3 months, and therefore that gave us an idea that we needed more time in order to conduct the census, and therefore we had to adapt this, and we had to also make the hiring much more flexible, talking with political stakeholders. Because if we were to continue to work as we were working, we were simply not going to be able to hire all the enumerators. But this happened during the census. This wasn't something that had been planned in advance, and therefore we had to conduct political negotiations during the census project, and we had to hire health professionals and so on. And so at a given moment in time, we adopted these measures which involved hiring staff in order to adjust considering the unforeseen aspects when it came to the recruitment of enumerators. That was basically the general strategy. Thank you. And you mentioned something which is very important, and that is credibility, because I remember when I started to work in the statistical office, one of the things they were telling us was that the coverage was 95%, and that 95% over and over again. They repeated that over and over again. But again, now I want to ask Costa Rica, when you have to communicate that 95% is not real, what were the problems that you faced when you had to disseminate the results? Did you provide data about the population that had been interviewed, and what was the expectation of the population, and not only of the general population, but also of that specialized public that is waiting for this, that follows the projections, the publications of international entities? And how did you work with that issue in the case of Costa Rica? Well, this has been indeed a very complex issue. We published the data on coverage in June of last year, practically a year after we began the census. During that time, we conducted an exhaustive analysis of the information to determine the real coverage, analyzing the cartography database, the information from the field to clarify that housing data, and to have clear data, which is what I mentioned.
Yeah. With 61% coverage, as I had mentioned. However, with this coverage, we considered that we could not publish the census information on the people who had been covered, because it was not meeting the universality principle. So we worked on a population estimate. We worked with 3 different methodologies. All of these are published on the INEGI website. You can visit it there. And the idea was to have a validation, a cross-validation, And we did one of these together with ECLAC, the Population Division. And this is an exercise that allowed us to learn how far census data could go. However, the data that was finally published was the demographic estimate, a sort of demographic reconciliation, as I was saying in my previous presentation, based on the birth and death data and immigration data from the Foreign Office. And so we in Costa Rica have very good administrative records. Those records have been assessed by various entities using different methodologies and done at different times. And so we have verified that they can be used to estimate the population. Therefore, our published estimate was that, but as you can see, the data is not according to the census. And so when we publish like as that, as an estimated population and as a population and housing estimates. And so it is published on our website. And right now, we are analyzing the database to see what else we could publish and to what level of segregation we could do this. But for the time being, we've worked only with the estimated data. But of course, for public opinion, it has been complex to understand this. It's not been easy to differentiate within this is the census data or not. And at INEC, we've always said this is an estimate. But of course, public opinion says, is it the census data? Yes. And so from the viewpoint, the academic viewpoint, we've had a lot of support. However, the credibility of INEC and the trust in INEC data has helped academia and research sectors trusting the estimate and are expecting the arrival of the final data. And so among researchers themselves, they say, well, it is not 95, it's not 100, but it is 61, which is far more than any other survey in the country. But well, we continue with our analysis, and it is a challenge. Wayne, whether it is or not, and how to publish it. Very well. Thank you very much, Sophia. And let's imagine Marco's mother, that we have to explain to her whether it is a census data or not. So at the end of the day, the credibility of the data is given by the youth. We cannot say that they had 100%, but if no one uses it, so what's the good of the 100% if no one uses it? Now, I will now move back to Ecuador. Roberto, what is operational strategies tending to increase coverage and without affecting the quality you implemented in your fieldwork? Thank you, Ms. Sotis. Now, with the time I saved, I will answer the question. But I would like to address, since I didn't know we had structured questions that you had said, but well, I will link that to what was mentioned earlier regarding the challenges to move ahead with our records, but not referring, of course, to without doing away with the quality and coverage. Now, Diego also mentioned this of the true mission or these other adjectives that are used. First thing, coverage and quality. In the case of Ecuador, we use administrative records to improve the quality of the information raised, and in some cases, we even include records to the census database. And this led to a significant in-house debate because there is a census handbook which is anachronic, in my view, with the world that we live in. Less than under an hour ago, we were talking about the data based on records, and however, we continue to stretch concepts that, in my view, are complex, meeting them at least in a context such as we have today in Latin America. Concretely, in the case of Ecuador, we have in our criteria a statistical record of birth, good coverage, good quality, All in all, we recovered 56,000 children. That overall is 0.3% of the population. The criticism that we've received, and we worked on this with Celade and UNFPA, is that we do not have a standard or a criteria to ensure that that record is of good quality. So I return the question to you, and I say, give me the standard to see if my vital statistics standard is of good quality or not. And well, the thing is, it doesn't exist. And Fabiana mentioned this. There is a lot of homogeneity. We need to determine if the rule of standards to give it a smiling face or a non-smiling face is with our administrative records. We've had very good learning with Colombia, with a review, peer review. And I think that could be the next step, maybe. But I could also tell you about something that we did do and that we coincided after the results. He corrects himself. I wanted to add about the children. At the end of the day, this is an assumption. How do you conclude that a child who figures in an administrative record actually belongs to a particular household? You need to resort to the imputation. Now, at least we have, when we've had dialogues, basically, this is left to the expert criteria, and that in some cases, people that are not aware with Ecuadorian context. But we also use the electrical measure to recover population. But for you to see the dimensions, this is under 0.05% of the total census population. And here we've seen that the assumptions used are potentially assumptions that are strong for imputation. But as the team said, if we do not take this first step, potentially we would not be unable to move ahead based on census, based on administrative records. So my first major reflection here is, how do we include? Diego gave a very good and detailed explanation, but now with what Diego has said, I would say that our population census does have in 4% a population census mixed with a 4% of population recovery based on administrative records. Now, in the operational side, Minsotti, something which has also been a matter of discussion, is that potentially I've heard that imputations, this is a strategy to, in an arbitrary manner, increase coverage. And so when you're in the field, I ask once again, our premise was always the face-to-face interview. And the face-to-face interview, when you deplete the instance, what do you weigh, coverage versus quality? Let me give you a concrete example. In Ecuador, we had areas, and not the lower income levels, but the areas of higher incomes, the highest economic income levels, where it was very difficult to access. In fact, there you had the mayors, the politicians that asked for an iris scan to be able to let us in. People said, we've made 7 attempts. We know that there are people there, but I haven't been unable to achieve an interview. And so once again, I thank you. What has been done by Brazil and Mexico with regard to imputations in these homes, because when we decided to do the imputation, we'd not planned our instruments for collection, discriminating between a household with a rejection because you knock on the door and they say no, and another house where you did not find any dwellers because the demographic behaviors are different. But, well, these are the things that we are totally aware of, these limitations. Now, another thing that I would also like to rescue from our operations is security panels, intervention in dangerous areas. And we went through one census, statistically speaking, in the world insecurity during the worst insecurity crisis, because you plan, and from one day to the other, beginning to have a war between gangs, and you have tremendous resistance by the responders. What to do? And then communication. And this is something that we've also worked a lot on with UNFPA and CELA, the transparency. Regarding the transparency, not only are databases totally public, but also we have one variable and where we report to citizens what persons, households, or homes stem from a model of imputation for the academia to do their appropriate analysis to see if there is any type of bias or not. And we've had an excellent relationship with the academia, and transparently, we've gone to tell them how we did it, why we did it, and at the end of the day, as Piedad was saying, the decision maker, the users, potentially they couldn't care less if the count stemmed from a face-to-face interview, if it was web and paper, or recovery of population based on administrative records, because regardless of what it is that we're counting with a census, you do not make decisions, but what you do is to add the censal omission that is calculated differently when you distribute the budget of the state. You do not use the census population, you use the population projections, and that are adjusted due to censal error. And so, to close my intervention, I think it is important, yes, the coverage, without any doubt, the quality, but we're forgetting about the opportunity in the delivery of the results. Seeing the 2010 round census, I've seen countries with maintaining statistical confidentiality, of course, that took 3 to 4 years to have their subnational projections. What sort of policy tools are we giving as the statistical office to those who make decisions if we take 4 years to have a definitive data? I think you need to balance being perfect and also having the timeliness of the data. We had to get through this situation. And a colleague was saying that they had to do the census during election period. Okay, let's get used to it because in Latin America, we're having more electoral years than census years. And here we have the underlined review. We need to move towards that updating of our census handbooks, because if we think that the census round 2020 was complex, the one in 2030, I don't even want to imagine it if we still don't even see it. We are each day seeing less and less interaction. Each time we meet more virtually, and kids speak more with this device, and maybe that is the way that we have to go ahead. I applaud some of the things that have been said and put on the table in terms of working with censuses, yes, but also we must work in context and think that technologically Latin America is going to change very much in a very short time, and we must go improving, innovating greatly, and weighing, of course, conceptual matters that are inherent to this specificity. Thank you. Thank you very much, Roberto. And so with this intervention, we will now wrap up, although there was also another question in terms of communication, but one way or another, each country that has answered. And so here we had not foreseen any interventions, but I do believe that Roberto, at the end of his intervention, has launched how we're going to take a look at this round. And I would simply like to take a couple of minutes to say that in the case of the Dominican Republic, although we had contemplated the coverage and quality survey, the monitoring of the process in the field allowed us to see that the survey, as we had devised it, was not the way that we had to carry it out. And so then we decided to not do it as planned at the end of the collection, but do it and then afterwards seek to increase the sample that initially we had thought for about 160 units, 2,500 households, to a sample of 4,000 and more than 400,000 households. And this meant that we applied the coverage and quality survey, but at the municipal district level, which is one unit for us, to have information and calculate a census omission differentiated to be able to do imputations based on the situation in each territory. And of course, there we had 79.4% coverage And also, we had to decide to provide the census permission later, but after the coverage survey, at least for the population, we gave the results about 2 months later by applying this differentiated emission, and that mentioned estimated population. And so, as I said, we are facing a reality that we must look at, and we have international agencies. We urge you to help us to see how to face the next round based on the experiences that we have been sharing in different forums, individually, bilaterally, and with regard to these matters. And once again, thank Costa Rica, Brazil, Ecuador for their interventions, and a big round of applause for them.
Thank you. I believe we have reached the end of the day. Before offering the floor to our colleagues for the closing statements, I would like to refer to the last point that Ms. Otis mentioned on the coverage. It is important that these census processes be included in the general budgets and should always be a part of it from the onset, not leave this for a second phase, because the process of the coverage survey, when we have these problems, or it doesn't happen in the census round to 2020, it can be of support to estimate certain variables and coverages. It is quite important in that sense. So without further ado, I would like to hand the microphone over to our colleagues so that they can make their closing remarks. Sabrina. It's a pleasure, although I know it's a lot of work to try to summarize everything we've learned. Just a few key points. I would really like to express my thanks for sharing all your experiences, and this openness is of the utmost importance for our collective learning and to move forward. We also get a more realistic and clear idea of what actually happened. I would like to congratulate everyone for your achievements, especially considering the complexity of the challenges that have been faced. And as was also said, it would seem that everyone begins their census process every 10 days. It's important to prioritize the census memory and to think about all these processes. This memory must remain. It must be addressed with the same philosophy that we've had in this meeting. Lessons learned and challenges that have been overcome, especially those who had all these difficulties. So we've learned a lot, and all these good and bad experiences will be helpful for strengthening our capacities, our response capacity for in view of new challenges, and also in developing the new census processes. I'd like to stress three things we heard. Guaranteeing the resilience of the census process, learning from these processes, because we must address changing processes, the changing nature of our population, the role of communication for the success of the actual surveys, but also ownership and citizens, ownership of the results. And finally, the continuity of innovation in census processes. Speaking of artificial intelligence and different processes and of new tools and the consultation of the data. So in this sense, we are all just beginning to learn about cooperation and sharing this key knowledge again, which is so important for the adequate development of the region. It is also clear that we are accelerating the administrative aspects and that it is still necessary to strengthen this component in order to support census processes for the future, in order to have census processes based on registries. We would like to move forward with greater security, that we are using the right tools. It's important to think about these registries and the INE and collaboration and the UNHCR, excuse me. This will take place in October. I'd like to thank you all again for sharing good and bad experiences. It is invaluable. We believe that honesty is extremely important and we value it. These experiences help us all grow. Special congratulations for having joined us all in this space for joint reflection. I believe we will all take at least one idea with us that will help us lead this census process in our countries. The process hasn't finished. Some have completed the surveys, but others may have their preliminary results and others have moved further ahead. But the challenge of the exploitation or the use of data has just begun. And one last announcement is that in November, we will also have the seminar on the links on demographic dynamics and public policy organized by UNHCR and the University of Córdoba. And of course, ECLAC is involved, and we would like to invite you to join this meeting as well. So having those announcements, I would like to offer you our continuous support. Once again, thank you, Dankeschön.
Muchas gracias, Sabrina.
Thank you, Sabrina. I'd like to offer the floor now to the IDB, Antonio Lejía, for a few closing remarks. You have up to 15 minutes. It's a joke. I would like to say that at the Ibero-American Summit, they said, would you like to make remarks? And he said, a short and a long version. The short is gracias or thank you and thank you very much was the longer version. But anyway, all this is gradual. Everything we've been doing and we've been seeing for decades, we've seen the change from the different kinds of census from de facto to de jure and de juris, and it is important. We are now using mobile devices. So this change has opened the space for knocking on doors differently with the mobile devices and the internet. We have more possibilities and seeing technology as support, not as a means to an end, because these terms that are so fashionable sometimes seem to force us to do things, but it's important to use them adequately. I like to hear that there are good ways of doing things, and it's not just about throwing words around. Looking at the experience in this round, I think that maybe we need to make a balance between cost and magnitude, and perhaps think clearly with what omission we can live. What can we live with? Because how much can we leave out? And I don't know how comparable it may be. We had a very good presentation in the morning on omission. How much of this can we live with, basically? So this round has made us think that we thought it would always be less, but it's actually more work that we have now. But anyway, it's not just about the technical aspects. With this round and this forum, we've seen that it's important to exchange thoughts and experiences that we feel are ours, but they are worth sharing. Communicational strategies, the logistics, how to handle logistics and the exercise of such magnitude. And we cannot run away from innovation. We must continue to work in a collaborative way with these new topics, with artificial intelligence, observation of the earth, and so many more statistical tools. We must advance responsibly. And I feel that as a region, we need to work jointly. We need to work individually. We need to bring all this together. And that is how we can move forward as a region. Thank you. Thank you, José Antonio. And just to close, on behalf of ECLAC, I'd like to offer you the floor.
Creo, nos pusimos
as it was said already, this morning we had a purpose to share experiences from each other. I think we achieved that. We succeeded. And also I joined Sabrina's words in really opening up. There were good proposals and very interesting debates. One that does not begin or end here. There's ongoing, continuous exchange among countries. Important events were mentioned, the workshop of Uruguay on registers, the interchange seminar in the Caribbean. Yes, also the technical assistance mission, and also exchanges in pilot test, and the approval of census that are still in the process, to encourage you to use those exchange measures. Also, I believe that in this day, we have not only focused in what to do, but how to do it institutionally wise. CEPAL here, we need to focus in the technical, operational, political, perspective capacity. Yes, the directors, the census team have top capacity. Yes, that would warrant case studies of Harvard Business Review. But truly to share their experiences of what they've lived, it would be most useful. Of course, we've addressed the issue of financial resources. Our governments require us to be very efficient, limit the costs for the implementation of the census. But at the same time, you need to counterbalance with the fact of not having a census or having a bad census. So you need to consider the quality of a census economically, demographically, of course. What is the quality in relation to the available resources? So we have spoken about emission rate. Fabiana and Diego precisely said, well, emission rate as to houses, as to persons. Well, that's the most demographic part, but we would need to have an emission rate adjusted to the per capita cost that the country had available. Because if you have this exchange, the poor countries look up to those with greater resources with eyes like saying, oh, I'd love to have those resources. No, a doses of reality. We've discussed the importance of human and technological resources. Much has been said about the need of having a stable team that will be a permanent structure, not to lose those learning processes. Of course, from international agencies, we accompany, of course, but in countries, there should be a permanent team and at the same time invest in IT services. What's very important is management, generic contacts, risks, complexities, political support, and something as practical as the need of expediting, making more flexible the hiring rules of the public sector. All these institutional issues justify the importance of this committee, of this meeting before the meeting tomorrow. These discussions should be jointly with the Statistical Conference of the Americas. And we have also spoken a lot about traditional enumeration, administrative registers. Of course, we need to improve, and there will be traditional enumeration in the next round. And these learning processes have been important to see how we use the new technology. And there is a web census potential and maintain traceability, monitoring of data, transparency of processes. But of course, it's urgent to have a roadmap in order to move towards register-based census for all countries. Yes, not for all, but we need to move towards that objective and put this on the table. It was very useful to discuss that. Administrative registers initially are used in a supplementary manner, but then to bear in mind that register-based census respond to the need of cutting down costs, have continuous data, and have stable teams as well. So, to consider that in order to move in that pathway, we need to know what are the technological moments or elements. What is the exchange of information, databases, human resources in order to work on those census? And of course, what quality do we expect from registers? All this goes hand in hand on discussing how to strengthen the national statistical systems and the role of them. And then, of course, the subject of how you can give a feedback to them, to those registers. They were not designed for statistical purposes, but with other purposes. And what's really very important to highlight is that although we need to move towards an agenda on registers, the speed at which we can advance, it's very different depending on the country. Today, we've heard decade and a half that you've started working on that. Other countries only 3 years or 2 years back. Others have not started. Others have done register-based census in parallel. So we are in heterogeneous conditions. Also, I wanted to say that registers are useful for traditional censuses, especially to see the quality of web census. We spoke about AI for different uses, for data dissemination. There was a proposal to move towards a regional public good as a support for enumeration, and as Viviana mentioned, and also as AI is here, also with the care depending on cases, because there are biases and there are some human disintelligence. And we speak about dissemination. We've seen, and congratulate you again, very attractive, interactive, georeferencing, microdata processing, important questions like how the public uses that information. What does the public need? And there, the importance of training in demography, in statistics, how data are interpreted, something we need to know. Sabina also mentioned communications. And an important point is that about estimates and forecasts, population estimates and forecasts. Just as we need a stable team working on censuses, we also need a team to produce these estimates and population estimates and forecasts in order to evaluate the census themselves. These, we need them up to date, timely at national or subnational level. And these estimates and forecasts are in the heart of the statistical system. Different sources are used as censuses, registers, post-census surveys, statistical registers of persons. So a call to improve that area and capacity building, not only be resorting to our support of international agencies, but also a small announcement. CELADE will have a 2-week training course from 20 of October to 8 of November. It's in CEPAL, registration open until September 20th. And hopefully your technicians can attend. And also as to the need of training, we are also moving forward in the regional course of demographic analysis for 2025. It will be hybrid, face-to-face, and virtual, that will be in El Salvador with the central bank. And also to say that in ECLAC, statistics, division, population, jointly with IDB and UNFPA, we thank having been able to work with you, and we've learned a lot from each and every one of you. Thank you very much. Colleagues, with this, we are reaching the end of the day, and hopefully, I think this seminar has been very interesting, and tomorrow it will be as interesting. Please come with a lot of energies, renewed energies, and there are announcements at 7:30 today, a dinner. Each one will pay for your own food. No. I was told IDB was going to. Yes, maybe my phone was out of order. So at the Starburg restaurant, Alonso de Córdoba, 2359. That's the street. Starnberg. Right, Starnberg. At 7:30, so that we can meet there. And so, thank you. This is the same we are going to use tomorrow and day after. So keep it and bring it. And you can come in only through Dag Hammarskjöld, not on the other, on the back, Alonso de Córdoba. So those of you who go to dinner, don't drink so much pisco, because tomorrow at 9 a.m., we have the opening of the event. Thank you. Good afternoon.